Mating va harshin buran taing. Fáiltear ula chunan dàrna lá gan de cho-labhairt Phrìomh Òraid in An-diugh agus A-màireach a ha Clàradh lichad bliana van de chai Mòr Ostaig Seiseanan. Mis tá sé sin An-diugh befíorthailm taing horst gan na hula dunne a thug Phrìomh Òraid nó búoprach fiscad an dé, aber grá fiscad lách againn mór an taing jara. Agus betilm chunar Clyne fónichin na chuiré agus gyfil isca againn tufmwy in jomar ma hasio fémachid. Ha na lách chyn An-diugh fáilte a chud in olaf TJ o Ceallaigh a ha caldering son Prìomh Òraid a horst Seachad. Ans in skippe Fhoglam Mòr Ostaig, va sin forstenach in nuri jolas a chud TJ son Dihaoine, nu de gintig paarst gaal as de proces Deirdre son in Ceallaigh an de Phrìomh Òraid Seiseanan ik een tolvoer. Chorster in gemoor vi gopper calderis, agus va sin taingal son een teich brosnachig, agus fíorjó chorle husin fuaie ik gnaun, agus gajara van Noorsin kutjach. Sé saar áritje an de Foghlam ik olhei korski an den TJ, agus ha min jolas ikke Foghlam boki, agus Foghlam truvian min kanan. Be teacher boki van, agus haid vi saas an de Foghlam son innig bliane van Noorsin. Ha clú roundsachi international ikke, agus haid vi gopper an de comparstiges le saar jolichen ille Foghlam boki maar lihich Dihaoine tedig agus Laron Camerata. Ha ui voorike an een amelachig kanan agus kusper, agus Deirdre oprach agus roiilach gan haking son kanan agus kusper ire son kanan scholaren lisachig. Agus kutjach ha uike an een jumsachig roiilach gan digitach, agus MacLeòid sin roiilach gan sin son jumsachig agus chicask lisachig. An-diugh ha TJ dal vriending Foghlam boki an de nering, agus ha dolianu skrútach na cheolasan professiante a hi luchchicask, agus kutjach brin je Phrìomh son júnsachig professiante an Foghlam hitcherin lisachig. Vi met fatten koming en kurfse faaltje TJ met een An-diugh. Mór an taing.
Cúnastáisih nó cimmartháisih. Is mis TJ agus tá mé cósáasta tá mé sunna le bheith libhann seoinmh ó Corcaigh ó UCC Corcaigh agus gur míle mágad Anna fuair mé cúpla focail. So ní lisagam an raibh sé fíor nó bréagach an písa a bhí le rá. So gur míle mágad Anna ach de gach den eile mór an taing for the cuire, the invitation, mar is mór an honor domsa bheith an seo libh maidin. Bhfuil sibh te? Well, dá mis fashion. So gur míle mágah. So maidin tá mé conéis sin íana bheith spéirle, but I have a tendency to operate as Gaeilge naturally. So if I do slip back into Gaeilge mode, you'll understand where I'm coming from, but I will make an effort to speak in English for this talk. So it's okay. The title of my talk really is a framework towards teacher immersion competencies. And when we talk about teacher immersion competencies, we have to acknowledge that the job of the immersion teacher far outreaches the pool and bank of competencies that are demanded by monolingual education. So it's, I suppose, to unpack that space and to to definitely identify those key competencies, but then to use research as a tool to advance the field and to enable our immersion students to achieve to the best of their potential. So the talk this morning, I'm really going to, for about an hour, 40, 50 minutes-ish, going to do a Whirl Tool tour of the following. And this is what it looks like. This is the plan, but as you know, some plans don't really go to plan. So this is what it's planned to look like. So firstly, I'd like to talk about immersion education. A very brief definition. We all know what immersion education is, but a very brief definition in the global sense. But then to dig a little bit deeper and see what is unique and special and interesting and demanding about our individual contexts when it comes to immersion education. And what are the pitfalls? What are the promises? What are we to celebrate? What are we to explore further? Following on from that, I'd like to put a particular emphasis on the role of the teacher, immersion teachers, how important we are in that whole process, educators, leaders. But sometimes we're forgotten when it comes to policy making. Occasionally the voices of teachers isn't really captured in research. So again, I really want to flag how important we are as educators in the whole process of immersion education. So to do that, I'm going to demonstrate that by sharing a study with you. We're almost there at the moment. Myself and Professor Gabriel Nikier in St. Mary's University, Belfast. We looked at a particular study, got to do with Irish medium immersion teacher competencies, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a moment. And the findings, I'd like to hone in on them, because what we have in our findings, we have identified those key core immersion specific competencies for teachers at early learning, primary and post-primary. And we've categorized them into themes, first of all, values, knowledge base and skills. And then we have those themes as such, we've categorized those into domains, and those domains we've categorized them into elements, and those elements we have elaborations of how they can be developed in practice in individual classrooms and individual schools. So it's quite a comprehensive piece of research, and we hope that it will be useful to map out the field going forward. And it's one thing to identify immersion competencies and to talk about them, but if we cannot identify how they can be enabled in our schools, we're at a loss. Excuse me. So I'd really like to talk very briefly about the key enablers. You know, having identified the immersion competencies is one thing. Oh, I was told not to move. So I'm going to stay put. So, Gurmíle mágad, Anna, Gurmíle mágad. No, I think I'm not supposed to move from the camera, I take it. So, Gurmíle mágad. So if we can't, identifying the competencies is one thing, but if we can't figure out how to develop those competencies and how they are enabled in practice, and how they are celebrated and acknowledged, we're definitely at a loss. So and then using the identification of those competencies to build a framework for teacher professional learning, that's key. An informed research evidence base towards initial teacher education, continuing teacher education, postgraduate, undergraduate, and indeed teacher professional learning. So that's the next 40 minutes or that. Immersion education, first of all, as we all know, it is a form of bilingual education. There are many forms of bilingual education. Immersion just seems to be one. And the aim of immersion is additive bilingualism. That is the attainment or achievement or acquisition of an additional language at no expense to the mother tongue or to other languages that a learner may have. So added bilingualism is very much to the fore here. And as you can see, it's through the medium of a second, a foreign, a heritage or indigenous language. So in Gaelic medium, which category do you fit into there, I wonder? And when it comes to immersion in general, it's very much, the aims are for academic achievement, for bilingualism and biliteracy, and also for cultural competence. And when in Ireland, we have immersion, we have Gaelic medium, Irish medium immersion in Ireland, and we have Gàidhlig education in Ireland also. Certain pockets of Ireland, Irish used to be the mother tongue, but unfortunately the linguistic profile in these areas is now in a fragile state, and our government has embarked on many policies and strategies to enhance and to drive and to promote Irish in these pockets where Irish used to be the mother tongue. And it is working in partnership with the communities, but the pace is quite slow. Outside of these Irish-speaking, which were known as Irish-speaking areas traditionally, we have Irish medium education. That is where my research is focused on. I attended an English medium school. I learned Irish as a subject, and it was really taught as a subject. And therefore, the results of teaching Irish in English medium schools lets a lot to explore. And it just so happened that I suppose I'm one of those students who learned it as a subject, so it does work. And I spent all my adult life working and teaching through Irish in Irish medium education. And I suppose just to say as well, the very first time I had any experience with Irish medium education was after doing my 3-year teacher education degree. And I innocently got a job in an Irish medium school, which was just a new developing starting school, as head principal in the school. So that was my first experience of Irish medium education. And I really found out very quickly, even though all my school placement marks in my teacher education program, and I got a first class honours, I really found out very quickly that I was failing in Irish medium education as a headmaster, as a teacher, as a head, as a leader in the sector, and I really felt that I had a lot to learn. So that was my inspiration to go on, do a master's in the area, do a PhD in the area. I've developed several teacher education programs in the area, and I work with many PhD students to promote the field, because I really do believe that we are different, we are unique, and we really need to be acknowledged for the skill base and knowledge base that we need to operate effectively in the field. So with that little bit of I suppose, story as a sideline, Irish medium education then, outside of the Gàidhlig, outside of these traditionally known Irish-speaking areas, caters for 16 students caters for 1 in every 16 students in the Republic of Ireland. So you can understand, like yourselves in Gaelic medium education, we are just a small slice of the educational pie. So when it comes to funding, when it comes to resourcing, when it comes to materials, when it comes to textbooks, there's an added expense. So there's an even more robust and comprehensive argument and rationale needed to state our case. So, and this is an ongoing conversation. So the aim of our model in Ireland is an enrichment bilingual model. Therefore, we promote academic achievement, bilingualism, biliteracy, but language revitalisation and culture are very much at the heart of what we do. So we really infuse and embed culture in our teaching and learning, because we cannot speak about immersion or language in isolation. It brings with it the wealth and store of tradition, of Béilidis, of song, of dance, of culture, of theatre. So we really have to acknowledge that in our pedagogies as we move forward. Just a little, the immersion education in Ireland has been flourishing since the 1970s, as you can see there. It's constantly been growing. It constantly grows despite the challenges we have. And just something very interesting there, it was constantly growing until lately, until COVID. And we have some research to point out that some parents and guardians lost faith in the context due to the gap in provision, and felt because of those supports were online perhaps, they felt they weren't confident enough to take the leap to immersion, should they have absolutely no experience of the sector themselves. So I think the slight drop there for 2022 is COVID related. And again, hopefully we can come out of there and prove to our parent community and community in general that there are supports and that children do achieve in the immersion context with limited support from parents and guardians' view, and that it's not a necessity for parents and guardians to have the immersion language for their children to achieve in immersion. So when it comes to immersion in general, and I'm talking in a global sense here, we have much to celebrate. Obviously, and it's very, it's quite obvious here, functional L2 proficiency, children in immersion. Again, I'm not talking about Gaeltacht areas in particular, I'm talking about learners of the immersion language. So they enter kindergarten, they are taught every subject through the second language, so they learn content and language simultaneously. So for those learners of Irish, of Gaelic, functional L2 proficiency is a feature, is a success. Immersion students achieve much higher levels of L2. L2, I'm talking about the immersion language proficiency than their non-immersion students studying the L2 as a subject area. So for example, in Ireland, the results when it comes to Irish, of Irish medium students in immersion, they far surpass the results and grades of students who attend English medium schools where Irish is taught as a subject. And the pedagogy and expectations around that space are very, very different from the immersion space. When it comes to L1 competence, mother tongue competence, English for the majority of our immersion learners, although that is rapidly changing due to our multicultural and multilingual makeup in our classrooms nowadays. But before, L1 was majority English. So there is a constant worry for people who are new to immersion maybe that, will the L1, if they're totally immersed in the immersion language for 2 years, how will that impact on their mother tongue development? Will they be accurate users of their mother tongue? Will they be able to write in their mother tongue? Will they be able to communicate to a variety of audiences for a variety of reasons? And they're very practical questions. But when it comes to the research, and we really have to be guided by research here, L1 competencies are not in any way impacted negatively, and indeed, again, when it comes to comparisons and research in Ireland, the research tells us that students who attend Irish medium, that their level of English surpasses those of English medium education. So it tells us again that additive bilingualism, so being bilingual from a very young age brings a wealth of advantages, but indeed advantages to do with your mother tongue development also. And academic achievement, obviously, again in Ireland we have much to show that children who attend in primary and post-primary, children who attend Irish medium achieve on par or above their peers in English medium education. And this is down to the advantages of being bilingual, having that cognitive flexibility, having that communicative sensitivity also. Being bilingual or multilingual, we can communicate with our eyes very effectively. We don't need languages, but you have to understand languages. You have to understand the metalinguistic nuances of languages to be able to be an effective communicator. And obviously the capacity to learn more languages, the wealth of opportunity it brings to future employment across the EU in particular now, as well as an openness to other cultures and other languages. So just the wealth of advantages that come with being bilingual from a very young age. And that's what we're trying to sell to our parent cohort. Not necessarily Gaeilge, because different parents have different understandings and experiences of how they were taught Irish. And a lot of it is negative, I have to say. So we are really focusing now on giving your child the benefit and the gift of bilingualism. Irish seems to be the language here, obviously, in immersion, but it's not all about Irish. It's about giving the gift to your child to be bilingual from a young age and all the doors that opens for future learning and achievement. However, there are pitfalls. There are areas that we are continually exploring, and some of those areas are linguistic deficiencies in the L2. And I know from my conversations with colleagues here that you have similar situations where children come into the immersion Gaelic medium immersion sector. There are many strategies in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, and then they're constantly using Gaelic. Everybody is very enthusiastic, but something happens mid-primary where English seems to seep in, and some Gaelic medium words seem to fossilise also. And when it comes to linguistic deficiencies in Irish, and this is, I suppose, a global phenomenon as well across immersion languages, the immersion language in school is very, very limited, and children demonstrate a simplified grammar, and their lexicon is very limited to the lexicon of school. If they were to mock their friends, for example, is that the responsibility of the immersion teacher to give them that linguistic register? Because they need that language if they really are to interact with their peers. So it's very limited in the lexicon we can give our students in immersion. So they need more experience of language outside of the school, and that's the richness that brings there. The other area, as learners of a target language, as learners of the immersion language, that pragma-linguistic competence will always be developing. So they will not have that, rapid the linguistic reservoir of the native speaker. That's always an area that we have to develop on. So that pragma-linguistic competence. The other area that we really have to explore and ensure that we are striving in this area is students' language appears to become anglicised over time. And why is that? Is it, in high school, hormones kick in, attitudes kick in, English is a majority language, social media influences how we see ourselves in the world, and English seems to dictate social media. But how can we break the code? How can we ensure that our students, especially in upper primary and secondary, that they want to communicate in the immersion language, that they see the benefit of communicating in the minority language, and that they can use the minority language as a weapon, as a tool, as a gift, as a resource, that to communicate online through social media also. And this is an area I think that we really need to explore as educators and indeed as researchers. And the other area, and something again that really impacts on our practice as teachers, there are high stakes exams in high school or post-primary, secondary, you call it secondary here? Secondary school? Yeah. So there are high stakes exams in Ireland anyhow. And oftentimes in high school, the teacher is very, very much focused on the achievement of content. There's a syllabus, there are learning outcomes, there are tests and their evaluations, and at that final exam after 6 years of post-high secondary school, you are assessed on content achievement. You're not assessed on your grammatical accuracy or your grammatical fluency or your linguistic production. You're assessed on the acquisition of content, irrespective of what school context you're in. So again, this is a demotivator. Students don't see the benefit of being accurate producers of the language when their content is assessed with just through that lens of assessing acquisition of content alone. So this is impacting on our practice as teachers because it impacts on attitude and student attitude and motivation, but also when teachers see these high stakes exams, they want their students to achieve. Through the target language, they are afraid, perhaps sometimes, that they may not comprehend fully what the really complex concepts are when it comes to the really complex disciplines like economics, biology, chemistry, physics. So they resort to English occasionally. And again, that's at the disadvantage because what are the opportunities there for our students to acquire that sophisticated language? Not just lexicon and not just náhanna not just phrases and words, but also the grammatical elements associated with that complex language. And how can that be developed over time if children aren't exposed to it, and if it's not recycled in a meaningful way, and if there aren't opportunities for our students to interact in meaningful ways and experience that language as a lived experience. So we have many complex problems, difficult problems to facing us, and however we have a huge role in finding solutions to these problems. So that's why we need particular competencies even, and immersion-specific competencies. Teaching in immersion, teaching through immersion is very different to teaching in English medium education or majority language education. To address the challenges here, we need specialised skills, we need specialised domains of knowledge, and we need particular values that are different from those of English medium majority education. So notwithstanding developments in provision at all levels, immersion programs remain complex to implement and they present distinctive challenges for teachers, learners and parents. However, research points out that the teacher is central in finding these solutions. And scholars agree that we really do need, and there is a real demand for and call for, that specialised knowledge base and that pedagogical skill set and a set of distinctive values that will drive the field forward, that will advance professionalism in the field when it comes to our educationers, our teacherins, and also to advance achievement in our learners at preschool, elementary, and indeed high school. So why is this essential? Teacher competencies, as I just said, professional growth and student achievement. Also, it's a critical research on critical components of immersion teacher knowledge is still evolving. It's very, very new. And even though some researchers have grappled with this area for maybe 2 decades now, for example, in the States, some work has been done by Clàradh et al. They've looked at the essential traits of immersion settings. They haven't really honed in on the teachers, but they've identified teachers and professionalism of teachers as being core to this mission. Teddick, my colleague, and with her colleague Corrie Matthew, they've developed a series of rubrics for practices, essential immersion practices in the classroom, especially for newly qualified teachers, and they've really honed in on essential practices, pedagogical strategies and practices. Other researchers like LaChance in the States again, they have come up with a set of standards. So like our Teaching Council in Ireland, we have standards for initial teacher education. Immersion is not mentioned anywhere. Our inspectors have all these policies and documentation with regards to school self-evaluation. Immersion, bilingualism isn't mentioned in any documentation. So again, LaChance has come up with specific standards for immersion, which should be knitted and embedded in all documentation relevant to the immersion context. So as you can see, this was a motivating factor for us as researchers to go about incorporating the voice of the immersion educators, going from kindergarten, preschool, all the way up to higher institution providers when it comes to immersion education, and that we were really inspired to go about a piece of research, myself and my colleague Gabriel Nikier in Belfast, to look particularly at teacher competencies. Because we all talk about the extra workload that we have as immersion educators. We all talk about the complexities of language acquirement and language acquisition and the socialization of that language, and language as a medium of communication and as a medium of learning, and all the complications associated with that. But when it comes down to us, how do we do that? What competencies do we need? So I think we have to start there and identify those competencies. So to date, they haven't been identified in Ireland. And internationally, while there is research on standards, on pedagogical practices, on essential traits. Of course, going back to the 80s, Johnson and Swain, they identified particular traits of immersion education. We have much to do. So we set out identifying these competencies and especially looking at the knowledge base of immersion education and what exactly that is. So our study, the focus was to identify the professional competencies that are considered essential for Irish medium education, but not just to identify them. How are they developed in practice? How do they manifest themselves in practice? And what are the enablers? We had a sample of 78 participants. It was a national study, north and south. And we had student teachers, we had practicing teachers from north and south at primary, post-primary and early learning. We also had principals, primary, post-primary and early learning, north and south. And we had a series of initial teacher education providers, north and south as well. Focus groups, surveys and individual interviews. We also had a student teacher symposium. So that's how we collected the data. So I know Anna's kind of looking at me there enthusiastically, wondering, the time is kind of against us, I take it. Am I okay? Oh, perfect. So thanks very much, Anna. So just to share with you the results, because this is really where I want to get to. This is where I wanted to start, but I had to kind of build up the context and give you a context. But this is really the heart of my talk. What are these essential competencies? We all know why they're important. We all know the rationale why we need them, but what exactly are they? So what Gabriel and I did, we identified the competencies, again incorporated multiple voices who work in the sector, who have the lived experience of those challenging pedagogical moments in the classroom, and we incorporated all those multiple voices into the research to identify a unified, agreed bank of competencies, and we categorized them into values and vision, teacher knowledge, and pedagogical strategies and practices. And each of those themes, we categorize those into domains. And I'm going to talk about the domain, particularly when it comes to teacher knowledge, because talking about all of them is outside the capacity of this morning, but I'd be very happy to talk about the rest of the research with anybody. So what I'm going to hone in particular on teacher knowledge, because if you haven't acquired that knowledge, that impacts on your practice and pedagogical design and implementation. And also, we're going to hone in on the domains and elements there and how they can be manifested in practice. So the first theme as such, I'm just going to fly through this one, and just to note, I suppose, that we have them categorized into the domains here, and the domains are that as educators in immersion, we really have to value and respect them for the learning, respect for the learning for and learning from Indigenous cultures and people. And when it comes to Irish medium education, we're talking about the Irish language, obviously, we're talking about the Irish culture, revitalisation of the language, community initiatives to advance the linguistic profile of our community, but also embedding and infusing our pedagogy with language and culture, and doing that effectively. So that attitude from the very, very beginning is key to ensure that we really are there to grow that space. Also, we need as educators to take responsibility. Our job is different. Our skills are different. We need to understand and be aware that we need to develop as educators. So we need to be aware of our own linguistic competence, for example. We get paid the very same as teachers in English medium schools. However, some teachers are concerned that their linguistic competence isn't what it could be. But however, there is no motivating factor for them to upskill. So we need to take on that responsibility ourselves and ensure that we are aware that we need a specified bank of skills and competencies, and we need to be proactive with regards to addressing those needs, being self-aware and that self-efficacy as well. Obviously, we're all about student success, student achievement, student well-being, and that has to dictate and that has to be the anchor of our work. And also, we have to be open to immersion education. It's continually growing. Our immersion classrooms now are multicultural, multilingual. That takes, a design of a different pedagogy. So we have to be open to growing for our students' sake and well-being, but also for us as a community also. So this is where I really want to go with the knowledge. Knowledge was the second theme that we explored in the research. And one of the domains here is knowledge for immersion advocacy. And this again, when it comes to whole school development, school self-evaluation, documentation in Ireland around whole school self-evaluation doesn't really include immersion advocacy, which is huge, which is why some of our parents and guardians dropped off from immersion during COVID. We need to market immersion. We need to ensure that parents are informed, that they make informed decisions about their child's futures. So knowledge for immersion advocacy is very, very important. And a domain, but an element of that is here, theoretical principles and research-based rationale. So all educators in immersion need to know the principles and research-based rationale of immersion, and they also need to know the defining models and features and goals and benefits of the multiple immersion models. I know you have, some schools here have late immersion, you have early total immersion, there's Clyne and Gaelic medium education. All of those are very different models. So we need to be informed about the impact of learning, the pace of learning, how to design the most appropriate experiences for learning in those specific models, and articulate that competently and comfortably to a variety of audiences. For example, to an educational psychologist who tells you take that child to an English medium school because an English medium school will best address their needs. We need to be inversed with the research. We need to be focused on articulating that research to people who haven't had the opportunity to read it and to be immersed in that research. So that's our responsibility to impact on them. Again, with regards to another element here is climate, communication and relationship building. Building that community, making sure that that relationship is built with trust and meaning. So how do we enable parents to become partners in the process? How do we enable those educational psychologists to become part of that community and to grow with us as educators? So again, continually focusing on that and building that, but having the know-how to create a climate where language and culture flourishes, not just in the classroom, but across the school, across different disciplines. Everybody has that responsibility. And then how do we ensure that socialization and enrichment of that language takes place outside of the school, so our students want to learn the language, want to use the language, are accurate users of the language, and are competent users of the language also. So that's a particular knowledge that we need if we are to do that competently. And obviously, how do we infuse culture? We are cultural architects. How do we infuse that cultural component in maths in senior level? How do we do it in drama? How do we do it in science, for example? So infusing our pedagogy with that cultural aspect that is so rich and so unique to us as Gaelic medium and Irish medium educators. Again, there's a particular pedagogy, there's a particular knowledge base needed there to do that competently. The other one, and this is a sensitive one, and in Ireland is mega sensitive because people are fluent. We're all fluent, we're all communicative, we're all competent users of the language. But if we delve beneath the iceberg, there's a lot more to explore. I was at a talk yesterday and I got the most of it. The CEFR, we really believe in the CEFR, the Common European Framework for Languages, in our initial teacher education programmes in immersion in Ireland, and indeed postgraduate programmes. But there are many skills. It's not just oral production. There are many skills in language. And when it comes to immersion, there's a specific register for specific disciplines. Each discipline has different linguistic demands and grammatical demands, for example, and different genres when you're coming to writing. So think of that register of language that's needed there, not just as a student, but as a teacher. And think of it from kindergarten up to the highest grade and senior level. The language gets more complex, the concepts get more complex. So to be a teacher in senior level, that the expectations around your linguistic competence, not just oral production, but written production and all the other skills are very, very high. So teacher knowledge about language is key. It is the anchor of our pedagogy, and it's something that we really need to work on a constant basis and be aware of it. I think creating awareness and having a whole school approach to achieving this is very important. Teacher communicative competence, I've kind of discussed that briefly, is one of the elements here. Having that linguistic competence, that declarative knowledge of the language, the nuts and bolts of the language, the architecture of the language, that grammar that binds that language together, knowing those rules, that's one thing. Having an extensive lexicon, syntax, that's another thing. Pragmalinguistics and sociolinguistics, that's very important. But if we don't know how to translate that into communication, into interaction, into effective pedagogical experiences, that's, it's not really very good to us. So we need to know how to transform and translate those key elements of knowledge into effective educational experiences also. We also need to have knowledge regarding discipline-specific terminology, as I pointed to there earlier, form-focused instruction, because in Ireland and again globally, this is a kind of a global phenomenon. Immersion students are communicative. They are enthusiastic about using the language, they interact with their peers, but their language is not accurate. So we really need to embrace form-focused instruction, the teaching of grammar in a meaningful way, not the traditional route perhaps, but in the inductive style and deductive use of both, but teaching it in a meaningful way in content-based instruction, teaching it in science, integrating it with music, integrating it with maths. How do we do that in the limited time that we have without impacting negatively on the learning outcomes of the discipline? That is trickier at senior level because the content is the major focus. So how do we change that mindset? That accurate production in writing and orally is very important when it comes to immersion. And discursive practices also. In senior cycle, if we have group work, if we have project work, children talk. How do we enable that conversation? How do we ignite that conversation? And how do we ensure that the students are focused on the content, but they are very communicative and accurate while they're talking about the task that's underhand? That they don't have to resort to English, that all the language they need is at their disposal. So we're talking about particular content-compatible language and content-obligatory language. It's the socialization language. It's your turn now, you had a chance, it's my turn. But also that very specialized language that's needed for the task. So how do we ensure that that's available to them constantly? And also language enrichment. How do we ensure that that continual development is there from kindergarten right up to senior level? Do we talk to our colleagues? Have we a policy? Have we a plan? Do we revisit it? Do we recycle it? Do we make connections between disciplines, especially at senior cycle? What is the role of the leader here? Do we evaluate our practices? Do we share our practices? Have we time to even think about our practices? Do we plan? Do we reflect? All of this is really important, and we're very busy, so it's hard to get all that in. And obviously language socialization. In Ireland, we are striving for students to use Irish outside of the classroom. Use it in a meaningful way. Be enthused by using Irish. We have strategies. We're better than Lady Gaga. The strategies change from month to month. A pizza for the class that makes the best effort. A trip to the cinema for a group that makes the best effort of using Irish in the playground, for example, especially at primary. But these strategies constantly have to evolve dependent on the profile of our students. 1 year, you'll be very successful. The next year, due to the profile of the students, it may not work at all. And obviously at high school, there are very different strategies needed again. So focusing on the positive, the negative does creep in there, but focusing on the positive, what kind of strategies can we create as a team? Takes a knowledge base as well to do that, to ensure that children are motivated to use the language outside of the classroom when teachers aren't around, that they have the particular language that they need when they're interacting, and that they're actually afforded opportunities to interact. So there are 3 things there: that they're taught that language in class, that they have acquired and they're learning that specific language for socialization, that they're aware or afforded opportunities to use that language for communicative and meaningful ways, and then that they are encouraged by having strategies to promote it on a school-wide basis. This integration piece, again, it is our butter and bread. It is what we're all about, integrating content and language in a very meaningful way for our students. How do we continually do that? It's a complex pedagogy. So when it comes to knowledge base here again, we have to look at content and language. What is our definition of content? What is our definition of language? You know, are we looking at grammar in particular because students aren't accurate producers? Are we ignoring the lexicon of a particular discipline? How do we infuse our content with that? How do we ensure that there's a balance between language and content? And how do we ensure that both learning outcomes for content and language are achieved within the time frame that we have in our schools? A particular pedagogy, particular knowledge base, but a knowledge base that cannot be ignored to make sure that achievement is at a rapid rate. Another element of knowledge here that's really critical for integration is how do we manage translanguaging? And it's ironic, in our classrooms in Ireland at the moment, we have multilingual, multicultural classrooms, and other languages are celebrated. Other languages are welcomed into our classrooms. You speak English, it's really not welcome at all. If English is in the playground, it's frowned upon. So why does that happen? You know, English is a language. We should celebrate English. We should embrace it. But how can we use it in translanguaging? So children use English anyway. So how can we turn it on its head and say, look, you know, how can we use the majority language to enhance the minority language? So that's, again, another knowledge base. They have to make comparisons between languages. That's what all the research says, that metalinguistic awareness and development is key, and English is part of that story. So we need to embrace English more and be judicious in how we use it in our translanguaging practices, using translanguaging, using both English and Irish in our practices, but again, not to impact negatively on Irish development or accuracy for that matter. So the big question is, how do we use the English language to promote minority language accuracy? And again, that's a knowledge base that's constantly growing and we're constantly delving into. And the other one is integrated assessment. And these high stakes exams, this really tips on it here. You know, if students are getting assessed and if the marks are on content only, where's the motivation to hone in on your language, be an accurate producer of the language in writing or orally? So again, we really have to, in our schools, look at integrated assessments where marks are for language and for content, not just for content acquisition alone. And there's a very good paper written by a PhD student is looking at this area in particular, and she's written a very good paper about it in senior cycle, looking at the impact an integrated assessment had on her class in comparison to a class where, the focus was on content learning only. So again, I'll leave the link with Anna, but it's a wonderful read if you're interested in that area, and an area that is really calling out for more exploration. Obviously, we can't talk about knowledge base without inclusion. And while we talk about inclusion in a general sense in education, for immersion, again, it's different. We talk about differentiation. How do we differentiate for a child who comes late to the immersion context? In senior level, in kindergarten? How do we differentiate for a child who maybe is struggling academically and linguistically in a multilingual class? How do we differentiate when a child excels in language, but maybe has a complicated learning style in content? So again, differentiation, it opens up multiple other doors when it comes to immersion, and a really in-depth knowledge base is essential. The other area, obviously, is special educational needs, another sensitive area. You know, is that done in the immersion language? What is the role of English here? What is the attitude towards the medium of instruction here? And where is the rationale and the research to back up that medium of instruction? Is there a policy in the school? Is there CPD for people involved in special educational needs? How are parents informed? And what are their outlooks and expectations? So again, essential information and knowledge base deserved there. And multilingual, multicultural classrooms, again, in an immersion context where we're promoting the immersion language constantly, particular knowledge is required there. So I'm not going to go into detail here for the third theme, but the third theme obviously was pedagogical strategies and practices. How do we embed these in practice in our classrooms and across the school, and indeed how do we share these across schools interinstitutionally? So we're looking here at language skills and practices. This is the practice of the classroom. How do we embed and how are they manifested in practice? Language skills and practices, you can see some of them there. Again, it's the list goes on. You know, you could have PowerPoints on this forever and ever. So these are some of the additional practices that are demanded by our sector. Pedagogical skills and practices, you can see some of them there. I'll pick corrective feedback, for example. So if we're in a maths lesson and Abby is very enthusiastic about the maths lesson and she gives me an answer which is correct when it comes to maths, but totally wrong grammatically when it comes to the immersion language, how do I give her corrective feedback? Do I stop the lesson instantly and say, Abby, wrong, completely wrong? Or do I say, well done, Abby, you're fantastic? So again, those pedagogical dilemmas, what do you do when you're looking at language and content in a discipline language there? Obviously, Teams is quite busy here this morning. You can see that. Oh, no, you can't. Sorry, I thought you could see. There's an exam board meeting in UCC, so they're quite active. I don't know if you can hear that. And the other one, obviously, is communication skills and practices. How, again, we're for open nights with parents. What should we say? How should we say it? How should we interact and how should we communicate with the other extended community, like educational psychologists, like speech therapists? What have we to share with them? How can we learn from them and with them? And how can we move forward together with the child at the centre? So the enablers, Cúigniméid, the key enablers here, and I'm going to dash through this because I've Cúigniméid fágtha. So the key enablers here, it's fine to identify all those competencies. When it comes to values, when it comes to the essential knowledge base, when it comes to practices and strategies, but if we don't know what really motivates and develops and enables those practices, we're again at a loss. And from the research, these traits came forward, the traits of effective development. So a cohesive, coordinated, context-appropriate approach to high-quality teacher professional learning. Now that's a mouthful, but if you break it down, it does make sense somehow. So again, cohesive, coordinated. Coordinated is the piece that we get wrong drastically sometimes. So who's coordinating this? Have we got policymakers? Have we got the inspectorate in the department? Have we got leaders? Have we got kindergarten teachers? Have we got educational psychologists? So this coordination piece is key, but it's somewhat complex. Lifelong, life-wide immersion teacher learning. Have we all that openness and open-minded to learning? A strong visionary leadership, especially in immersion. Are all leaders visionary? Are they informed of the research? And if there is an Aonad, I know you have Aonad Long Gàidhlig where you have English medium schools and the Gaelic medium as part of that English medium school at times. So is the mother tongue, is the mother school principal, head teacher, well versed in immersion? Does she or he understand the benefits of immersion? So again, that's an essential trait. Immersion-specific curricular materials, resources and pedagogical guidelines. Do we have those? In some cases, we're working towards those. Collaborative relationships and accountability partnerships with all the community, especially parents. Time is a big deal. How are we creative in our schools? To find time to share, to find time to solve dilemmas, to find time to be creative, to find time to critique our practices, to analyse our practices, reading circles, to dip into the research. And time is a huge, huge challenge. How can we creatively find time as leaders and educators in our schools? Internal school review with immersion as the focus. But what piece of immersion should we focus on? And how should we go there? Again, these are the essential traits. Legislation and regulatory framework. Again, our policymakers and the inspectors play a role. And just lastly, the acknowledgement that there is a huge additional workload involved here, and there has to be some level of incentives or rewards that we are doing our job differently, we are unique in our context, and the rewards and acknowledgement does need to happen also. So from the research, these were the traits that came forward, and I'd just like to leave you, and this is the final slide, Anna, you'll be glad to know, obviously research, ongoing research in the area. And that's why PhD research in particular and published research is so important. Because if we really are to impact on policy, we really need research, and especially at PhD and published paper in peer-reviewed journals. That's really what impacts on our policymakers. And sometimes that's the weakest link. Our policymakers really think they know what we need, but maybe they don't really. So I think research is a key here to make sure that we impact and that we are in a position to drive the field forth. So towards this, why is this framework important? And this is the final slide. I think you'll all agree with me that it is really important that we identify these essential competencies, not just to enable teachers to have ongoing, in-depth, systematic, reflective examinations of their practice and to become uber professionals of that space, but also it's very important because it informs leadership in practice, which is key to ensuring advancement of this field. Leadership, and they're often so busy in their work that specialised teacher professional development for leaders is not really heard of for immersion. So we really can't forget the role and responsibility of leaders in the whole process. And policymakers, when it comes to policymakers, we want them to acknowledge that teachers, immersion teachers as experts of teaching and learning in the field, and that they could anchor perhaps core immersion competencies in qualification frameworks and professional standards to signal what is expected of immersion education, and to ensure a sufficient coverage of core immersion competencies in initial teacher education programs, and also to adopt teacher professional learning standards to guide and design and evaluate funding for immersion teacher professional learning initiatives and enable teachers to manifest and develop those in practice. So again, this framework is essential to share with policymakers because there's a real value in those conversations. And finally, I can't stress more that research is still needed. There's so much research needed in Irish medium education. I'm sure Gaelic medium education, there are many opportunities also, but it's not until we have that very strong, robust, comprehensive research base that we can really go and impact on policy and really achieve what we need when it comes to immersion education in teacher education and indeed policy in the minority language context. So I hope there that I have given you some food for thought. Scahan le haig machnamh, Scahan, Mahan rud ní léin Scahan in seo, a mirror for reflection. Lead carta le haig tróireach, a guide card for direction. Tús fuinte le haig gníomhaíochta, a starting point for action. So tá súlagam gur fiochtú rud éigean amach an sin, agus gfuil fáinart nísmó of lasha, that you were able to hone in on one particular piece this morning and that you would like to divulge and digest it in greater detail in your own particular context going forward. So gur míle mágaibh, and I really look forward to talking to you later during the conference. Gur mágaibh. More in time.
Shabhal Mòr Ostaig, agus mar a hagan dúil a sin uí imig seir sé cuasa cin anna cáisce há an tairí ach cuasa cin airline, agus imar buíon na hatí na staid cúteach na mesc dúine mar RCS, buíon na hacín an drastin sin coig seachcín bh America, imig difra seirte rútan. A mi smit me gúte go bhfuil tíimecha le míle daine tí an tro cuasa cin Gàidhlig an bliana seo difra cuasa cin difra íran. Agus na mesc ha mi san brumíon in project amachchas na project acíine agus sin toirst Gaelic go dúine an cnáidorst agus leis gan dúnsaigh mi cimar haidéan órit sin ha mi san a ra go bhfuil mi dóla bí brumíon catse, có, cimar, cún, dé ha cear, dé ha ceart, agus acéim, agus bantata, chorú mi cumas a síl or agur san bantata. So, a mi smintse me gúte go bhfuil fisacah sé úlaach fá bhéal nóidarst, agus thuirst abí chóirúm, ach féras tá gelvan snó ach hanna únic an dúnte na nó sibh cumasach coid múí san úneach hiú nóidarst díreach sin na nábíon ací. Tá mi ar mat a thuirst Clàradh san mínachaig, na hanna cumasach mat a chuirgan na dóid ceart. Díreach gus an feichú, dí cho darmh a há nóidart. So, ha an túisce, tí na stailach úr an hin mar an thain. Agus an uair sin na pís a sin feicin sa college, dír a písbect gan oidorst, agus an seo Loch Nevis a hadol fata a staigan na tír cúteach. Agus ha dír a seoltaín an dóid déchú dói rúg sin a ha noidorst ma tí na stai de chasan neo féchan dreive gaun nach gaf a dhéanú mar an thain sinne. So sin an nút leis go bhélaí cho dórúcneach sin an núver go bhfuil dúine úla cho geolach in an annan noidorst. Agus an misí geolach orst, nuair a bh geolach ar noidorst bhna bh meog leis gan Jack Fhoghlaim an Glenfinnan, agus nuair a bh sin bec, bheith sin strep thuas na beantanan leis nar plimsolls orín, agus sias as a túbhéile dul sias an glan desarí, agus feich cén fatar falla bhúin lacharcaig, agus noidorst, agus gainsa can am seo ha noidorst, bh noidorst cólach i seoir of Mordor, actually. Car fatar fálah imeach. Ach, fa mis sé déanamh bech gon ró noidorst lan de gúine mar a bhana dúine acíne an Glenfinnan, dúine ag ro Gaelic, dúine bha ann go hús agus an léit. Ach, in gana atchicin fan an roisin na clúich sin na bohan ag chorahúlaí ag ceann éile Glenfinnan hain, agus hiú, ma hawa dónán, ha mín dochas go bhfuil tas ná, ach hiú scríbte túhastein na bohan animan an an dú pís charcoal agus na dates sounds in the 1800s. Agus fa mi fáinach a cúte gan inatol carsana ha sin ann, agus thuair lesson room go raibh leis na keeper an a bhaid, agus bhaid scríbh na Hanneman fat sa bhaid, agus sin na pís as cúte micha fat sa bhaid a dul gachi bhó noidorst. Agus chudum sé tuc sin ag an am seo, cimar a bha dúine dul gachi bhó noidorst, ma haid a gópar an a noidorst, carsanach bhuid an a noidorst. Agus sé úne fata agus an de húpmi choró dúine an an noidorst, agus fan na dúine an bha díreach cum an na cúrich. Agus bha mis sé smínic ag gunró sin fiúsig inú seachamsa ó avasach. Bha hocalacín an Glenfinnan car an anasach romansach, agus bha sin déanamh óran Alistair, feistar Alistair ar an escar. Bha sin lévig stú bath Waverley, bha sin a lévig Walter Scott ag san léit, agus fa fisach in úla mi ein cóbha fér Glengarry, agus gymryd na Ceallaigh Eicison na dúine hoch na tóbar na seachcín in an rósin úla go mesol. So si brisig dúla bhain gása nuair a dúnsich mi gur é esan an dúine a mesc dúine eile a bha thuairt na dúine a noidart na dúine ag a héin, agus is sacín go bhfuil sin úla geolach ar an scéal. Ach 1852 chuair céthir ciad dúine fis gur nó féimach go noidart acail, agus sin díreach na dúine ar an pís talú a hiú a seo. San úne fata chur dúine san bí bio an an noidorst ach na keeperin agus chur dúine eile. Ach so mar sin sé fásach a ha noidort agus san mar sin ha cúte dúine gédig an bí noidorst a cumó a mi smúte na gúte na chelmíars na Ro-ràdh staigu sin. Ach ha noidorst in gana da ichet National Scenic Areas an an Alba. Ha cethe rohí chaun agus ha tor dúine dóla an na strep mar a fisacín Scotland's most remote pub. Agus in 1999 háiseach uras cnoidorst le uras Ian Muir, Corlan na Gaeltach, áire agus cúteach na rút as cúta mícha gása múinseir na córsnach agus há córsnach ann inis. A mi smúintin go bhfuil chimical daciat dúine ann nó, gaf me leis go imciat fichiat dúine fúdach ann a chaith an darfar leis go bhfuil an adam an chuetar ala sa saoraigh sa gabhraigh mar a hain na ggéalteach fad. Ach ha sin neolach an atse seo, díreach leis go bhfuil sin feicin na solas an aiche, Mháthuna Ollanach Shabhal Mòr Ostaig hiú na Landrover sa dul seacat roim. Agus ged hain na napi an acin, canil mór an córa getarín. Ach an saoraigh sa chai hóiseach sin leis na cuairteach an garid a dul an ná go don ban tú bheile, agus ha sin feicin na topla seo agus siad sin coit oríní a fat na híte. Agus leis sin hánig na Ranger bhil cnoidor stick an am seo, agus bhaid brúin rein sa Gàidhlig, agus thuair desan go sin in chora meice brúin sa Gàidhlig. Fanna ólaníich ar na cuairteach an garid, Jim Bech go bhfuil Gàidhlig ag a thula dúine leis gan ro stranger noch agus brúin sa Gàidhlig rein. Agus a macha seo hánig Ranger éile Finlay, brúin rein agus iri esan orín lesan in a ruí an cnoidorst. So bha mi héin agus Jenny Duncan, fechan rivúta can a cúrar dói gaibh, agus dúnsich sin go nuaid dolat cosc 3 lá san An-diugh sa Gàidhlig a-Oll fó Shabhal Mòr Ostaig go cnoidorst san 10 úr híte lesan agus tína rás, so bha féimach in sminic ag rivúta can eile. So mar pílet, háisic sin ruí cuairteach airline. Agus go fórstinach ha dú etarlíon achce ann an cnoidorst agus haid sían fó Shabhal Mòr Ostaig hain. Hánig an rút seo ar a cúrar dóil leis gan ró academic fó UHI gúpar tú bheile seo agus bhaid géine bí gúpar ag an taid mar a hasinúla clechtú richandú agus amachcha seo hánig an project mór far a bhfuil etarlíon fíormhaith ag a chula dúine. So sin na pílet, thuair sin graimmar oidje, fa sin ruí na classicin úla cóla an sa tala cnoidorst, tala córsnach achce, agus ar an ciat aiche, ar a cúir sin ar leine, fa sin féchan bhí díchnar a heicist trú laptop an sa tala. Agus fa mi héin agus Jenny Suian san office coit húna dúine eile, agus húnig sin bhena húna dúine eile coit mar sin áríine. So chorói fat agus an díonsig sin go sin féimach ar speakers, screen nas mua, agus cúteach printouts ars na hula dúine. A chastré lesan na gá, mi smúintin gan roi acin furafa, agus díonsig sin mór an líon mar Noidart time, fa mi smúintin gan Sky time car an árit ach ar colas an Noidart time fiús nas atse ar falla as a Greenwich line na hasin hain. Ach, a mi smúintin go bhfuil gúpar gan de gúptiche curscalóir, so bhasin smúinich gan bísin Ceallaigh. San na 3 úr, van dúine an an Noidart hain, chuir it hain a staig bors na Gàidhlig san múnichi, agus thuúriad sin a mi tolit se rá, so fa mi tolit se gan dúriad san aige seach sinne, so si brúcht an a fat si an asacórs nach hain, choró sin sína mach leis na bechgan, bhaid san sína mach tain, leis na bhaid hain a géirí, agus fa sin díreach lenti. Thuair sin dozen nech a Noidart a bha a géirí na cuasa seo a dhéanú, agus géad ma gúte go bhfuil dozen cadan bec, sé 10% is a thula dúine an Noidart ag an ruí an Gaelic íonsacha. So bha sin cadan anamachtáiseach agus an imig uvaran, agus bha na láin sin an láin a fastnas atse ar a háisiigh sin, so menar bhein hána arab de gúine féimini díalanarach ar a bhí túitsim sias. So chanealan urit dacin mar a bha acin ag an táiseach a ha sin ar tóir íonsacha. Na rút a ha ó afasach taringach gása, sis go bhfuil sin butríc brúm líon community learning, ac an seo se na community of learning an an dói, agus bha sin snóc gain sa goríú. Bha dúlacha is cúid dúine tí na staigan na tala, so bha féimach in uair sin glúsid go model úr, far an cúid gan na dúine sa tala, cúid gan na dúine an taian achce. Agus mar a bhana dúine an dun ban a rágán sa Gàidhlig gusáid a haid torst mar gúte dan ó 10 úr go lé, fain déisialant san taian sa Gàidhlig cóiseach chuas gan na radveic dul a staig an Noidorst head torches as a hularút. So íriad árín páirst gan na classic an a cumlan san taian ach go héin, agus bhaid dara vers na hudge a mi tuach sin gan ró cúit dúine cóla an an unáte agus dúine car scapte, agus bhana dúine scapte bha cúit dúine fiús an sasin, ach bhaid ula háas páirst gan na cóirsteach Noidart. So an dói bha sin na déanamh rút gan san cumlan na cóirsteach cóla ag an anfad an roiid ula scapte. A mi smún sin me gúte go bhfuil, do chana dara bhar a dí dúnsig sin go bhfuil an saoirg agus an gabhadh go túirt a bhela teann an cnóidirt. Agus ha ceara bhí féchan bhí dat sa bhí éana bhais na córsnach sa saoirg nuair a haid trang. So ha sin a dul ruí ríos sa gabhadh agus féchan cimar a haid dó. Bha mis sé tolat se bhis ná dúnsaichéad agus háisichéad hain mar suirt of córsnach Gaelic tú bheith stoi an córsnach cnóidirt. So si cad an Venn diagram an uair sin sin. Agus chorú sin ítear an dúil gan bhí sin comasach. Dúine a torsca fílanta an an cnóidirt ítear. A cha mi héin agus Jenny brúin bhhain mi an bantata. So ha mi chingan na bantata. Agus sin ha sin nula ma ha sin Tsecis dúine ha sin torst bantata. Ach ma gút sin ach bí gháin ar san na bantata buin cuaic a ha fis cúna ha sin tían. Ach so ha sin tocol bantata an drasta an cnóidirt. Bris na classic in a hacking. A mi smintse me gút go bhfuil iad an héin ars na Ceallaigh ach mar ha mi ar sa gabhadh. Ach si díirech a mi smintse me gút sin nach ró sin comasach sin a dhéanú fiús 3 bliana arás. Cha bhíh dúine a géirí suúi ag a scrín Tseicist nó fáin Tseicist mar sin. Ach ha mi tolatse leis an dóid haig gúpar agus ha mi tolatse cíistran aon bh duine sa bíam a dúine ha cíiste dúine sa bíam íon.
Mòr an Fañch Bihan. Hai na tlach fórgán a bhí an seán diú agus ha mi cho tangal gan dú mi chorm a bhí Clàradh agus sé chorm ghónsa a bhí tlúchóiad Dihaoine an coig bliana diag car son bhai chóchúdrumach cumala dul ris a Phróiseach agus Jane fiarstan a rain cínseach go bí sin a tachirst agus gambí sin a cumlar misnach. So, táis go míon seo, an tríocha agam hain mar ha Iolas oribh mar ha is as éirín mé a cha mi erbhí a furachan an alba fad blianachan agus erbhí gan bogachan an Galach na halaban bhó na háisiach ní ris a Phróiseach seo haid dluchianal tírí chéile fé mi a rá. Háisiach mé an leoas mar Olinoch Ceallaigh, chaimí arás go cholas de Ceallaigh ans na tra da bhíle blianachan agus rain mi céim snaidirach sculpture ach bha mi cínse go bachógan coiad compáirstachas agus dóibh far an fúd daine a bhí a gafal páirst ans an obair agus faing rudig an arás. So háisiach mé an córsnach far an Rómíolach mar ha, ceos an tuva túil loch sort, na lochana tua, agus rain mi pís Ceallaigh a bheit na installation le tóirfuaim an quadraphonic installation. Agus bha sin mar fuaimen a bhela nach róna daine hain na géisteach, sin an rud a bheith chóchúdramach, bha mise na mbeadh Ceallaigh a coiad agus géisteach, rys an dóibh far an ro iad san a conaltróid i chéile, agus a cumul daimhan go má láidir i chéile an dóibh chorrigan, sin a chonig mise san íor hóiseach. Ach, an rud a hachar amach sin, ha drúteach, a chan sgan ro nuair a rain mi taispeanach san blasad don obair a chealting don a daine an leos an afbliana an dé degree seo ag noch buan go túrad a dhealachte an sanáte far an Rómí bha mi an san tala crinneachí an MacLeòid agus bha iachtrí sónrite ag an tala crinneachí hain agus ag an cia os chuir agus cuideach an taí a bheith fascóring agus rúsc an rud a bheith mise déanamh stórian agus senachas nach ró mór an daine eolach agus dionsaigh mi tóir amach sin agus ha mi smónacha gom de dionsaigh muintir a bhela tóir na smóa. So, Tulam coiad an teorí far an de hóisiach mí mar Ceallaigh a coiad compáirstachas. So bha Roland Barth go má cúdramach ónsa bí mi a bríon began na smóa a thuh sin na sanimiche. Agus Lucy Lippard bha isise erbhí coiad an dóibh far a bhfuil Ceallaigh a bhrisú amach an san dàrna letain I hiadamh lín agus an dóibh far a bhfuil cóirsnachan agus compáirstachas fás go mór a chas nach cheall urim go leor dóibh an obrach mar sin an súil Ceallaigh. Agus mi dhearra Zygmunt Bauman bhón Foghlam a ha erbhí clúteach an sociolachas an bhai gobar an Manchester, channeala háast cála ringhair slína férinne, ach is an go mór san coiad modernity agus an dóibh far a bhfuil an súil againn a bhrisú amach, agus sa mise a mháireach a chrúta an sonirte a thuh seo, agus a thuh síne mar géal. Tá síne chóscapte as sa chéile go sonirte bhór na hacha COVID, ach roihe sin chuideach, agus chaneal mór an làrach againn bhí cála, agus féimi sin adjachach na ma bhíachsa. So, le bhí a gobar próiseacht Ceallaigh háiseach míle teorí agus a cóiad struchtúrin agus céisiobrach ethical mar a bhaimi bríon an sin agus an dúil gan bí imleid ann, gan ró imleid go mar riatanach agus sé ma hagra chéin go bhfuil mion chanan dúnan an eisimal cóabrachach. Agus thug sin mise go teorí cóabrachach na túsanach agus right relationship mar a haid cóiad sin an alab an nuach agus go bhfuil na géal agus na túsanach an sástrí chéile agus sam smuoinnig go bhfuil tóirí ionsca chamacha sin. Chad raimí an obair sin háast. Agus seo mapa raimí héin paper go mín sé paper a Japan agus ha just mar seo cholachrí paper a bhíbal leis an íring ará. So hir var a bhfuil ceos, seo ceos, a bhfuil an ó chaneala an ochagan sin. Ha ceos an tuamh túa agus rihí a scríabhach agus a déanamh an mapa bhuaich mí gan ró an chalamcíile chofasc an bhaile sin, bailbheag sin agus bhfuil crosspost basce chuideach agus báta nach bhíoh é fada a bhí a siúil idir na háitcin sin, a seolach idir na háitcin sin. Agus an intervention a bhaimi déanamh an 2007, bhaimi a cóiad an chéanal a bheith hachart an snáte a cheans gan ró na múl an gaie a tíing mar gan roiad bio agus ba strí mhór a tachart an scír in a park tuamh jazz làrach ach bha sin a bólach tuamh túil làrach chuideach a cheans gan bí pípan a dul tro na báiltin suas go steorna bhaid agus ba fegal an bethe na daine agus stadi de bríon rí chéile. So thuirst mise, féimi mí ruda gan dhéanamh mí an seo, ha mise an tuamh mói. Dé an fud mí dhéanamh. So háisic ní rí jalan agus thuirst mí seola seo, ha jalan man cuairtaribh an sa thula aite. Chanéal síise ga feiking ite a cha ann agus bíú a cóiad ar a mansar, nó aite an bí gach croch ha na machan móra timachalairh ach chaneal síomhse gan feiking a síomh just díreach a déanamh cínte go bhfuil siad déanamh seorsachach na rudanatha ar béalah agus a déanamh toach natha freigarach. So bha sin an cóchearimris na bhain na daine smaoineach agus noch fioing ann ag an ró uí láidirachcha ann an jachtrí nan géal an sanáte agus gúis crudigan fóna bar a bhamise déanamh. So ann an sa próiseacht far an bí mé cóiad in ise, ha mé cóiad ar canan agus Ceallaigh sa cóirsnach agus na céimeanan a bhain ó bhón táiseach go anúí, really. So bha tóir airpan agin mastanig sin crain cála agus féimi go bí am san tóir airpan, ha sin chó chudramach an an obarí cóirsnach. Mu dhearra hail bha na ceanlacham pearsanta nas cudramiche bulach ná rud san bí a bharach. An dáibh adiring. Gás a Gàidhlig na ba cudramiche na smóa haar uine. Agus a cheans gan ró an scéalach ag na daine chód luchéanalte rí éireach gás an fócas go spiridal agus an bí dúnan altachach ró tachartas san bí agus cúpatí agus scónacha nán codeach an gánaí. So na tacartas na bhain bha thoisic mí rí film sia minajan a cruniuchuch Sianachas fóna seán daine a bheit eolach, agus sin an rud bhaid eolach na laion farin ro daine a seolacht na bátachan tarsing bhó gachtúh gacearnag den lachar sort, agus tían go ceos an táiseach mas an de scarne na heglasin amach sa chéile. So ha Sianachas go leor gur chrinnig síne nach ro ara roia sin. So an Davílas coigig chuir mí erged san film garéidí anamh agus bha sin mar dói is cúdiniche san fis a scoilech amach donna daine hain an leoas. Bha mis smyrnig go nóí a ggéinse go na daine a bha mis eolach a chabéis sin a bhain rilí bha cúdramach an san an hain. An oir sin chai sin san rúthharis a dhéanamh den na bátachan a seolach amach bhó eagleis agus saon an crostabast a rain sin an Davílas coigé an éon bbliana a chadúir sin mainigach san sin go mí orstanach bha mise an dúil go bhí chom a gin film fadannas aide a dhéanamh amachas an Sianachas sa bheith chruinneach a gin goruige sin. A chad a hachar chuú ba ergad go leor agin san filmach ún lá a dhéanamh ann an crossabust. Agus an buai a hánig amachcha sin bha tóir daine ann an crossabust hain a hánigus deach den fróiseach bó sin amach agus a ghuirich ann. So bó sin amach bha skippe agin bó eglaisina de Ceallaigh bhó Ceallaigh bhó fallamadir an buan sarthallach na bátachan seolaí agus daine díreach ag an ró uíachcha. Chuir sin chom a bhí dul go dúnéidean an Davílas seach díag san taispeanach beo dhéanamh ag Tradfest, agus thug sin go mór rí misneach na daine bhaid a faracing, ha sin an ardúrlar an sa príomhhaile na Halaban agus ha sin cho sáinite agus bha. Agus bhón éireach ann an na lochna tú sé éireach hóbhal a hán, ha iad san chaneal na daine i géirí bhaing amach as an suíocha cahacha, heirte go bhfuil na huachcaran an sásaun sa chóirsnach agus go bhfuil tálachte go leor, chaneal luach mór anhearing an snáte sin agus anna daine cuma coiú. So ach bha an éireach Johnach an sean láide hórthaing san collegeig, gus an fúd sin seorsa féise chur a dói san an collegeig, gus an bí sin a tórst eolachan isteach, a bríon rí chéile, a gionsa go cóla, déanana bútin obrach agus mar sin ást, agus chaileb chéile chuirst mar fást den muinteris sin bha sin go madrúteach. Agus amachcha sin bha mí san filmáthraseach a dhéanamh, agus bha cóúnta a measca pobl gom beach sin amachaí agus gom bí a thula duine tálachtúirí sin. So sin na fiarsta na bhana sin, a mappa bha leor a dhéanamh tróbhéarla le D.S. Murray, rainné sreabhardach jaachtrií na bátachan seolach agus cho sónirte bha sin anna leos go sónirte. So agus na daine bhain sásaun na bátachan seolaí, an dói charó mise a gaidecha chun táiseach dé cho mór sa bha raibhsan a bhí a tógal láian ghé agus a seolach sios bó stearna bhaid agus a bhí ann san ach sin a rainead agus ha mí chótaingal gan de hacha sin. So, seo pís video agus a sin a seolting borinach a hanigisteach an lá sin far an róisín ann an crosspost sé nána a hawn, agus an rud bheit a chur éag nach ara, gan ó mis Jonach bíach a dhéanamh, bíach a ólachach an son. Cymar haig ober, come on, troiad. Chanyalig ober, o ma chrach sa hanig. Ha mi chodwlig. Chadw, sy'n yn ryd, fa egol orym, oce, lenni mi orym. Fe mi doi ala...
Halw i dy, fiag
syni.
Gamlesga. Ha cainam, hachod mi roi'r pyn, chael eisiau, agus...
Last on right.
O, mi'r ffailuch sé, mi'r ffailuch.
Agus sin caiad amach ar bat againn.
Sé, agus fa siw pyn y jan olwch y môr. Rhain siw brochan. Rhain. Agus rhain siw brot. Rhain, agus...
Agus marach dú.
Marach dú, sé. Agus charon thachras I dyna, yw'r dy fi Eòghann.
Sy'n mae'r blasad dyn ddwy ffa'r yn romi y clechach yn ialing agam, son sialting don y dynia na dda ffania gonsa yn siwrs eafau a dda nam llawn, agus y gian o cyntig gynroed y baracing misnach galior, chan rwydig yn cho an afystiach I enaf. Ach, sy'n yr einydd. So, sio, fo Roland Barth, ha misio y faracing gyfil yn ra sio gyma cwdrymach gonsa, mar siwrsa achgar. Gyfil rwydig yn sonitio ma narrative code. Agus gyfil rwydig yn o afysach hyn prisiol ach dyrf y hig sy'n y tachyrst awn yn cors nac yn tradisiynta far yn bu ced chorigyn ag dynia a fi y brian as ardja agus gym ffeimi gym bu sy'n ula mwachel ma sy'n agus son eistio gynna fi y cyr cyscwydym dynia agus gynna fi y cyr Foghlam an sy'n biol. So sy'n fawn. So don Alistair y Prìomh dyna a hwg Ceallaigh batan yn salam ronsa agus yn orsyn don chorsnach. Agus fa sy'n chocho sonrichtio. Agus ha misio gra gyfil tro frosbeg y fyn chan yn can cwlter nio rhaintio agus ha siala fadyn as synia agus hwy mi sy'n fo bart cwydioch. Ha an ymlaid a dort rwyd yn lwach ffordd yn corsnach, cwcwdrymach. Fe mi gybysyn y smwynnych gyda'r coeg y fes y cwach sy'n ymlaid, agos fe mae'r ced aing, gys yn byd na dynia gyda islingnia ha yn ober. So ha mi dyn yn y coed er na cestyn sio, agos bysyn y ffagal cest lwng hyn, Dihaoine yn sio yr ein misio. Ach, an nes is reist, bi rwydig yn drwtiach yn ochgog, agos sy'n yn Calaman, sy'n Ceallaigh a Calaman, a fa chocho sonritio, agos y hwg cri y ciarst yn ober, mae iar y hawl, sy'n Calaman a fer y yen of lysgian, an sy chorsnach, fo cwtigan, agos chailioch ein o'r fa yn eglis a-nuachach. Agus carona dyna John ac dol yr asht yn eglis, mysyn dy noch geir riest, agus hast gys yn la hawn yn diw. So fam smwnig ag dyn nhw iafa yn Chalaman, gyma dlwri iafa colum Cilheen. So, y coed Foghlam nio orymol, corymon agos carsgus, fa na poengan sy'n na mwyntiris, la yn riharish, na bwtyn o brach, a torst misnoch galiord yn y dynia, agos galiord daif, gos yn ffydyd dol cwrstan awn sy'n elen hyn, agos hwg sy'n unia nach befeg, mas yn rosyn doianta, agos gas yn sgilanach. So, yn ryd y hwyr sy'n ymachas y frosiag, Chai sa córsnach do ghaine le bélaris ba chá chawl chanúd mi sin a trich go leor. Va cehgin lach van yn tiolach at Seiseanan, hug apri Ceallaigh cura agus ciad lánsa tiilú a riest haar coig bliana diag. Agus be gift lánsa ob a rifir géal, jonska mnúchas acha, agus mar jalanige agus mar géal, de chuir mis lorag clachúil a bheit go masónritse jalang agus Gàidhlig, agus va so Mòr Ostaig chocudramach lánsa mar farst den turistin. Na dúlan bhaid chód ar a mhainneach go lorag san próiseach cho-labhairt agus chuir sin agus a próiseach ula go léir uallach an ruccara an san Eòghann, bha mise an eisiamaltí go mór, agus bha sin chósánrite. So seo ha mi a rithearisir, ha minute nó ga ar agal. Seo minute evening, far a fel mise a graag yn bimi a ffagal a ffrosiac, a siasad beg yn y mach arall, fwn ffrosiac. Agus ha rydych yn làrach ag na daine, mae sin.
Agus Foghlam tangra yw agus sias beg yn y mach fwn ffrosiac a fwsio y mach. Nw eisiau corym o fel y mach.
Va mis fi bríon fad blianach yn ciad agus ymlaid agus rydyn mae sin agus awn yn doi sónrite chai Mary Bell ar asgónsa agus hwyrsi, ciad? OK. Fel ciad agat fi a graag yn byw a falaf. So, mi ar y hawl. A mi ar sy'n yr gur awn ri tec yn tena a lorag a cria cultur yn gael agus be corym ffyr sónrite ma a fi a coiad sin awn yn prosiac batan yn salam. Si dúlad an landú cearcail na Gaillimh a chruacha go cunnavalach a sin ula iolach seo cho darmh sa hae. Ach saon an seo a bear structar an Foghlam sa chóirsnach a bhí chaneal sin againn gurige seo. As únis bí an canal hamise den bhí gan bí an canan gachamal fóglas an togalich an formal an Ògmhios agus féimi sin smáirich mo seo. Ach trofrosach batan an salam, junsig mise gyfel jolas doin an dain hastri lorag fia na gealtoch. Agus an brain an salam Gaelic ha jolas brisial no embodied knowledge, agus ans na Bathgan tradition na smoa, hwyr na dain smaak a varach minach a chultar achgasan. So ha mi smunach gan ro emlage kiars down, agus ha mi chotangeld an da hanig. An corym gobar agus ha mi an dochas gan rain mi na fe gi. So sio blasid de yera an ilam.
Is mór an tionchar atá ag an Eaglis yn Gaeltach na Halban le breis is míle go le blian. Agus is Iomhá lárnach san Eaglis chéine Iomhá an Cholamáin. Luatir an Iomhá le Colm Kilchó ma gan áras. Agus buineann sé le gluaiseacht idirnáisiúnta go dtí an lá inniu ann. Sna lochan a dom ba léir go raibh dáibhar le ag muintir na háite leis an golum I gcónaí. Léiríonn muintir na háite an meastáach go ar an golum agus iad ag dul ina bhuinín ar ríis is ríis. Anion iarachtaí glánach agus scarach na daoine. Ní dhearna muintir na loch na riamh dearmad ar an nuachas féin. Agus chonig siad an creideach bio riamh an áil. Dá le bhanig na maní sinna, caní siad na salam an Gaillimh, fad a waran na Gael bio.
Sinné, mór an tang.
Òraid, gleba. Bí Deireadh MacLeòid agus Prìomh Òraid muin cultúr dúchas físicach ha Deireadh sa chiad bliana de PhD in Fios Untitled Chapter. PhD ha dó cuidirí taitasci náisiúnta na Halpa, cóbra chu a heim, agus ha go bhí i gcomh mar ha stúch agus rúdan búntan bhí dúchas an náisiúnach. Agus an dú bí brin begin bhí a bhí cúrúdan go féim an Foghlam cáinsnach.
Ceallaigh, smí Deireadh MacLeòid ha ma bhín ar measc is thank go sónis go Heather go Deirdre bheits an Dihaoine. Aniu Foghlam smúneach ar náteach rúdan an na Fhoglam cáinsnach. Smúna Fañch Bihan-Gallic se rúdan am ceallaigh rúdan cruúhist, Ineolann, níon nátara, ha cúteach áteachan is áraneachchan, is a bharach sin ha uíomhórach an na cochrinneachíon in na collections. Is sin goharit fa chéins go sin gematric son an na tentasci nó an na cumaneachtarí na cochrinneachíon hach a bheits sin na suachaigh rí rúdan an na seig neádamáil ach fad a bhfuil háast codaminiún sa hí rí làrach. Be me Ceallaigh iad an asú project an tagartas an immerstin an na Fhoglam cáinsnach. So mar gúlaigh mé leid a híte, mar sin dá ruthe méad pís na gá is am áhas nach caimhe Ro-ràdh sibh. Ach gus a chuspur gáil as live ha mé taring a dá hópad is sin man ma Fañch ba mé clach mé mógan na chultúr gúchas ich no material culture approach. Is sé all in hanam in rast cultúr dúchatá material and Gaelic cultures in 21st century Scotland. Is deochar son sors beach hors gaifid min a question Rish mé MacLeòid as a project is man hasin na cíal rishe an Òraid menu. Kishin man is implied Kimmer a bring in cultúr dúchas och Gaelic a bhí noch eich. Kimmer a vis canan na Gaelic is cultúr dúchas och dal an altan vi Ceallaigh. Kishin móra na hin. Nu sin sauna a Phríomh a jólas opbrach a vis me taring in nu. Is knuasach me project in is immerstin cohéalt rí Fhoglam cáinsnach as an leaf me hín páist. Mas ta háisig me mar allinach a me gopar cádas teich blian as a rein lesahí cáinsnach is as a rein dúlachas. Is son caharit se an úne chur me seachat dafliana at the dalvíle sa seachtiach is a neidtiach ag museum na Ineolann sa gadi chrúi an a storna bhaich. Se páirt a hadabhas dúlachas cólan an siad han haitasci is cha gallery úrúlachaigh dur a glóis an cochrinnechaigh chun a láraigh úr an a Ceallaigh an a dávíle sa siadtiach. Mar sin cóir a réist a bheits me bring in nu. Teoch fachcan na min haitasci sa cochrinnechaigh. Me nu sin counttas dóan a jaala si git sin cultúr dúchas a chlachking an Fhoglam cáinsnach templates cá siimplí ach gás a chlachting réad an tuigeí is tseanta me go 3 exemplar an immerstin Fhoglam cáinsnach is as gachaim be me tógáil smuin nó a féma. Nes na mríach se be plan agus líomhracha tagartas in a bhacham sin man fáiscan program dúlachas is hef gydasin was gré orstanach le gallery nu, taspaní nu de fosglaigh go trí. Ach déman cochrunnechaigh. Ha imimehí chant an gré teigtasci úr násach a haun. Han teigtasci godéir ar a glachraid go dachan nach is ha fuamas videos a dolls, text relevig, rutan rihuaigh. Ha suiman an rutan úre laihal Clàradh met calmac and gin bottle gin na headache. Is rutan ha taspanig bethe lá nu. Se cúchlig deolalas just Ceallaigh gan sadishin a has a taspanig in áte gú útarasol. Han teigtasci a géirí jespet is bara an museum as discourse. Nishe am jo do static cesa na tíd land is siar statishin ag inol tónich in Tariscad. Is an blad inchilach de ráin agus tá tasci a bhí taispanig is a mí nach ag dúlach is. Scríbte rí tuh in Dineoll a museum in Yellen gra, cutting enough peat for the year was hard work and our communities shared the task. We still cut peat for fuel today. Ach an gáis in úla rí sin náthais gorit sin. Ga móran gan Checkh an hadasgur na Dineoll na meta Dineoll chavód a ha ruchach ag dúlach is na Yellen. Ga cútile sé blás connig riatanach. Ach a cútile nach chaile brasnach í jespit me nárinach ís me bhóchas me cost carbon a ha open ammonia gifracha. Ga cútile hast chaine ammonia ó nach saula de bhochgain na ga clachgaig sin asant a hanne seachat. So leis an as mór an dúlchas ag ide inató sa lechit blian ag alaf. Si an toch bhí smúneach miscíren is coirsnach an gam féin richgach ag trostúhin. Is a seo a buntin i jespit an socialte a ha tachar nas trích an tehin tasci is an a fil an coirsnach. Mas Action Museum na Yellen beter súlahorst na fertalis is teoch mogen na chultar úsí horta seachan na chádaigh cudime seo go siimplí ach tá seo gur session gennych seo teoch dáióprach gáig rí rútsa mí chabór. Trí céimean a gennych tuadiscal at a stúhéin at a material a sidig cohex is me yedig a gennych Ceallaigh is me a hypothesis. Mar sin de fertalisk tuadiscal ha siaf figurin as a chéis an neoas. Het a gas coig garlach, gai het a garlas live, het edachgal, full shock in the ring, like look yelling, yachal the skill, het gient the ivory. Mar sin Ro-ràdh. Nes a nachheim, is selsin de cohex, is na himmetach de cohex again het da cohex de gaatje, kaatje nach an làrach. Kaatjes kun je nach an haspinnig as a hier daach. Cohex clachki, je figure in de savante, en dan nach an clachki, like cluchet erin. Stis als game wachen aan martalis, aan chessman hakken je nu. Vershin Ro-ràdh. Gaan je ook jeddiged de geus. Maar jedig een tres game, maar hokris, je hebt met Ceallaigh Yonov, weg een barrel a Ro-ràdh, ha lentin aan tuadiscal is een cohex a hoksing. De gudis in Ro-ràdh. Stok er ook jallen kasho kuttermach, het deunje wat je natte, kun ook gemmichen is kursachtet in de kortig, deunje man hat nu, is a gnief kruachel houden, is a sinne wordt as kuttermich. Zijn na holle ges vi geest ja, wenn man gehad a clown, het in naarte le bunneviachken, maar ruten gehad van nogal frikkersten kerst kientjoch aan. Nisje. Joch go practicach, de man fan sin Phrìomh ha clachig mogen a culta dugasi. An focus, ag a chrí, man wakin de fertalis gis, de tadiskes. Ha bhór noch out jedig in de slíon a fosgot again at a cohexin. Ha kushach at de hietje, a tuadiscal material vain, is a clachig jallang, stoch krieg en a pencil en a bar doch jall cluig, jochas tuigsnas doin en at a stu de rutados in court. Is kushach back in spars. Gjort met sinne Yonov kun smynja hy ietsje mo cohex na no bunne werken ha nog geig. Is toch commission frekkerdag te willen en is mission kopper. A fuasglei husbed. Husbed en echteriel, maar de hier gach in mo tradach na strien jarang. Smaskal keestakking ha punt in jachtri na de sciences technologies. De man na jachrig na kniewagas en was na hillenen, de doine wat dunje kostlik en piepja voor toshach en jichit te vleen. Is vind dat knopige moksha kashkama as einish tudis kan hy taski ha boxig in lands to hun gemaak kummente sla nu museum nellen wat boxig in ESA jackin for stuten ruten jelav taxigen Òraid is kan het kusperen hier hockey ne fertalisch ek ide et jalicht de me in de nevo geglachtig aan de kan klas Gàidhlig aan in het koersnacht Cuspert, a Ceallaigh acham, studie, haar lacht, root, ha bunt in Russian Ceallaigh hacke, is English game picken me in nummer 10. Dus het steeds skill, t-Àrd, kriach, clachgig. Hij is een plaat in zo, joch het naar te jagen, ach, zo je Ceallaigh na a project a chusin dá ceart etiquette buoprach a chur museum dá le College de Chastel yn OG eisiau gael sy'n la'n yw. Is hannig yn biach gan hasbyn eich dach anna noch etiquette tra na halapa chud NMS o'r doi sy'n chael mich o'n dŵch ag a tehin tasgu yn y do. Se bwyr noch fod gyda Gàidhlig ac yn chef a rwy chwrs o'r engsyn. Sy'n tri tachart ys yn awn. Ydys yn clas sgola. Ydys siad y year piece Lego etiquette y ianaf. Session ffosgwyd unafich. Ydys session gael bwynt ag olyn eich efo tyrlaen. Steisir aatje is adenjoch. Maar is een paar echter die gasten lois. Zelfs met geval een bunnet zo gadide frekker zo'n veel om kaars nog. Kun je een feem je adenjoch. En die nog ken is een kielentje vrij hebben me goorstaan. Wordt me uit in de hele dag uit met begonnen lang je. Men ha animaatje speladisch boterige talle keine. Dus het joch is een plan hakken mee. Ze kennen ons hier project te heug mee. Project immer huis ook wat gamma zo slaantje zoen de met doen je wat beyond dementia schelle againn in vras nog hij. Ik heb een project het al aan Cruhenelle is een beetje in rij. En met jou gewoon die het project dat al te doen is hoogtje is viget. Voor vraag toch land in het cultureel is Eòghann loish is de tijdelijke a life changes trust. Ze nemen zo wat trude koppig aan de project gepaard Juno. Studie coördinate Gàidhlig is coördinate Ceallaigh. Is huidig werken denielle saas scholar in de cultuur gezicht. Look op rocht tegen taski is taskline is denielle kaart en is de skill en zonnetje. Gehadet scholarin is look cute wat jalocher daaruit. Vier budijn, vier de mudijn is creatorach. Maar zin je wat de koppig chifferiden. Ik kun een kost immers in praktisch tachart is in Ceallaigh en de dagin kudum is maar zin. Ze kijken wat de meerdere men had keine is land change gemode punt in die skill en live is kaart en kutje die de kiet fahen klas nog is zuur gloose grammaticanen die is doorgest. Toch ook op de woorden bent no madam grasse vierle. Zo mij eerlijk is doen je vaak de geld toch het genre immer toch roog braatje kissen en basketjanelle de mesk. Hier is een coördinate Ceallaigh John MacLeòid om een project. Gyda nu lach dat we torst conlaig nach Ceallaigh academic is nach cured gynnycig rwtig yn anesach as. So around zich is ook hier diolch eis yn blyn o iachait a Ceallaigh yn bec as yn meg myran gachrynioch yn asgig Highland Folk Museum geschaut in die Kissain is a youth is commerce personality of as a fechting on a colors gach basket. At the couple on uist is hij skippen kien als a stach en skol zich hier dash. Hij kan niet meer geloof kunnen lachen at in de scholen zit te fijn nog mudding over kutchum a hummel le material a stew how die làrach as a cheed to make a lot of to make on the skull savale is waar gewoon een gra Dimian power cord is hurst de skipper Dimian mudan is gachretje gewoon at ietsje. Ach kan je juin zich het kan is een juist ga je met vast tachart is Gàidhlig got dachi kurum. Mijn nachart is zo schrijfstudie project Paul Brown gedo diving kam nosach van jach kuurt is een academic gegaan zich van de scheidingen van kaart is in Ceallaigh is Ceallaigh chinko foolish van net de clown is de scheidingen is van clown heden en doi genoot de konjagig die dingen van jolas het en is mag gefie van vier le vier is wat dat we kleintje mee in de glas. As is zo hij daar heb ik al geschreven maar vast een krinjagig met je culture basketry is volunteer gave massive làrach t-Oll mijn project. Dus in 9 o'clock heb ik een stuk gefilmd. Ze creatorach is gehaald creatorach waarwas en nou barves weer. Maar zo'n ik ken als kruis aan de jolas is voor stijletje grakken was een klokje aan de jolas niet eens keer nog even toch uitje. Es een joch bier om is es een kokerach. Maar kutjoch is grootje element zonnetje en creatorach zo. Ik lag aan Arthur Mitchell's de jorike nieuwe lintje the past and the present. Ze zijn na cruúhan anasach na tí-sets figur nulla bheit luch turis bheit córtaigh ní luch turis sa naomh sfícata lín. Nes get a bheit ceartráil a bí bheit skip a céanal an cointin ó muintin an Eòghann féice méid fistrach agus caiinnig duine a bheit freicarach. Is an dá skill a bheochaigh. Ríist páist cutamach sé go na Eòghann agus skip a héin mun chríag. Hurt John MacLeòid. It was good to investigate the process, learning through doing, what it's like to make something. I liked reading about the baptizing night where people would come round and they put the pots in milk. It puts you in the same place and time as the original people in some ways, and you get the sense of the enjoyability, the fun of having a ball of clay, the performative aspect of firing it. Is an gnám seo hánig na hínas as a project. Bhín na toslein boxe Jeb Barvis where amach a cruneach live na handling collection museum na Eòghann. Sving t-Oll le skip a céanlas go dachaíon cúdam feiglóis, bheit cuteach go ina den cairsnacht matain coffee. Tá sin clochaí a chríatarach gus cánaigh is cainachan is eolas a hirig as na daine is gobraí seo go léomh. Chacham me cána rást ach tíad mí go isimpla tuite just miscríochnaich méniu. Sin árat scéalach an siarach project a chur udas cairsnacht bhrágar Arnold na dói. Se sin udas a tuisiad a an lois is mes príomhachas in udas had a genaf átar son is a cud saim an a dólachas. Chai scéalach an siarach a flanig ag táiseach Davídas figat sa gá. Is le díos at bord an udas catína chaimbal is Christine Clàradh. Is Ceallaigh hia go nealsanachs hyliad a bhach go mé clán na scíide nes Ceallaigh ar an áte ach go héin. Hwyr yn nwyd ysmynioch for Museums Gallery Scotland gys na session in a ray. Nes de structured yn y session yn. Yn yw'n ffael che chai chlawn y machod cwrst gan y chiffer aachach yn fan yn y nis y gai sgielach gen. Loch ni yn horle, yn bragad a ha cynnos di sgiel frwydol. Uyn y manoch el yn arno a bilad y Shabhal is knoch na beist sia bost man y chlar malcom ach fad an y niach checkers y chrynich sgielachgen a leus is gehadis yn tew siad. Yn y cheter yn cwtioch y conag dis y Clyne mynd sgielachgen is yn ciel at y sgielach is yn chyd. Mae'r hesiamplad y torsgau sgielach gyfeg at y swair a sy'n iawn sgiel hynach mynd doi eich a leus y cydwchig a ulwys le neu cyn. Yn yw'n y cwrstyn hannig chlawn yr asgan ynet grynia fat fan yn pys yn Ceallaigh le niach Ceallaigh is y fa tocol yr ffiarstyn fas o'r Clynchen. Echys gy sichen knafan a fwl wydan na chortas dwi'n chlawn. Ys mae iedig chlachgiat recorder gys Clàradh chlawn y gys na sgielach gyn sy'n bryr yn nach gyhyn. Neu live ygys gyda coleg yn opa Ceallaigh is rhaid ffilm as cartoon is as na Clàradh yn ffwym is gys gyda tasbyn y Ceallaigh staged yn y rhaid an y tocol coirchnach yn Seiseanan. Mesig y project fa ffôlis o'ch gyn y hord y session rys y Clyne is gyda bwyn o'ch fod an y hyf chanan, gyda Gàidhlig yn nôlhys eis yn chanan ec y chri, gyda nach be ewns o'ch ffodom yn ysgol, gyda nach hawn yr canan as yn esgrwy y fa yn ewns o'ch staged ach yr lochen na cnwych sy'n chyd. Is gyda o'ch sy'n y chen colog troch eins eis yn iarsach i'ch Ceallaigh. Ian toch cwtioch na dy fry'n studig yn y prosiect di beilig o myniachdri sa'n o'ch ein sy'n gaif gyda ule iolach yn y sgielach gen ach nach roed yn Clynchen feich yn ate. Liadig yn prosiect yn nwyd le session yn yle y chyd y doi is le teichgedig a bwyn yn myniach i ata Ceallaigh. Yn hosioch stret a hession yn ys An-diugh gydyn eis mae'r ffarst a eis lwach rhain UCB yn nwyd sgielach yn siarach a unafich. Yn mwy yna chach yn skipa yn instructor ach yr tîm metagama. Yn tres rwt, sy'n ground hartas yn eich museum ni Ceallaigh et y Davíð y siachtiag ys y hoogtiag, fan an am dwolchas na mara. Robrich means obrich helle yn ei dasgu coler i Ceallaigh yn y carsnach eis bwynen van y jifferoi yn y chwydolart ys y brosnach i Ceallaigh mara siol darach imrig ys mar sy'n. Hier am aching se lafas goed ek museum in Ceallaigh van nanik na bwyn in Clyne. Hoe get lawn in Gàidhlig is na Scohan, Scottish and niche as a courtyard, go bria Ceallaigh fáil a Ian Murdo MacLeòid an naige tíag seachas a céhead. Mae'n sgori as a fallimitad cwmisialadach cena tua in Eòghann. Gahar is leis a scoc a tasbynau hwg sio ywig môr an gyn a fa tŵlyn yn tasgu lasin is hannig at y fring Clyne is iawn sa chwg mae echtri sialadach is echtri upper togol na scochen as na Eòghann. As de mees in een nation gaan we sret de vuurtje opdragen waar alle togel skille choriken. Snijmen, wat daar je in knots, karsten school en je Charlotte. As na hele wat koik en zie erin checken skillen van rood 4 jaar lag a jaar is opdracht profession en no maar kursachet a gaar tieren. Han ik dunje ik ro u aan de Ceallaigh skillen mare kunt op buien de clubbigen Clownoch is innig look toerish alle niet gewas er roin op is wat kursachet bliene college de gastel de kanaal. Geuns get a skill snijmen na Charlotte Prìomh Òraid a bhí opdracht. Goed er gemaal nach alle kuttermacht teen kan en juist geef. Als je zegt shooter een glachje, wat Gaidhlig gevoelend kooitje, is juist naar de Gaidhlig glachje. Hopelijk zijn kleva is wanneer je aarde nog wat 4 dagen aan nog. Wat 1 galach gaat doen je echt naar Ro-ràdh. Is juist hier zijn fhoghlaim Gaidhlig is wat doel wie aan de Seiseanan Ceallaigh. Ach, zeg je naar Ro-ràdh kanen. Wordt nog bij vrekkere reizen. Ach, hulliger zo, wees geen andere skill, jeugd, waar de buurtje opdracht, hoe je tuteren gekomen zoals ze gaas. Ach, zoals je een kut café man t-Àrd-Oll, gaan je lessen met meer John nog klas Gaidhlig in Janov, en nog paarste aan de klasse korrij en nog kerkel korrij maar zijn. Ach, nog een jaarste was zijn. Grootste nulle geunsig is het ook al breedig is technicach, de mare kutjeri knaas en keins, ach gepracticach, steestje aan een knieën, wie is klachke, is koers a lucht geunsig he, gehoele ire is schierig, is ariete nog een ulle vriendje. Nu me kogunig le arisch weg, daar is ik heel me aan de zag. Leis gewel nadat dat hergelach gehtere is leis gewel dat de kummelchachterach rieterach a chusper en nu. Befesach of geroen half Ocean cheap zo'n unie woord kopper aan 10 taski nationte en halpa is kunnen je tal roundsach is kunnen schrijven en hoe men grinjach uit de grakken barrewash barweswer maar was een prinre a hacks en 10 taski aan het nation. Schrijven Ocean counters als een schrijfback waar je een keer bleene maar geinig aan de schrijvige kunkommes in morach a barrewas waar basach en bleanet. As a vies Jezus en Òraid erin se chars nog aan de joes Òraid mechriederach barrewas as a valle heen aan de neike is een neige se kehed waar de ro in morach seneestach. Leven me as in a piece usten. Chudien is de misje edmohaker is ik jerige skjalakam hanekien card of reinruim le branneach men hier grakken ga je horst kan tijd taski nasente en een okje is 3 Tes nog even wacht kuttermach kun je as schrijven in etriel ik een tijd taski van amschen et nacht taverst. Schennig is een tjölige Nien kun ik uljum mag vahana bru en nog uljum maak en krakken en dochter Arthur Mitchell as lien taitaski is genro tauruljam tev risharat at de brue jesarno en michterish. Kirchel uljamak aan de neke check is jich is me KF 3. Dus aan de Davies a hoopje huk mearum a museum in Jellen le me vaxe land barves where maar vast te hashen a project kianalis a day. Gaimich een jena kurum solas to me Jordanway. Is ham kritisch script dat ik hem kan is biach en haasje in de script is genust dem in een jegen session. A geen jaar bullig hun kado een middag een zijn kutjach is haasje hasje kiesje met echte aardig een creatorach shot. Schrijf ik han een gaskach ganse is gaat door mij kadum brinisch ach daarop ach juin zich in twee was gaan lachen. Is nog een shot in jaar de hek veel kars nog. We staan als een doelges, naar Ceallaigh, naar Ceallaigh, Gyfwyl yn iolas gy ir fod y chyn asna garsnach is asna dyrnia. Mae yw'r gymig a ffarist y fecking session an y dachi cwrym mae'r extra mae ha chi chawn no riad anach. Yno gym fecking si cochrynioch an y tai tasgu no chominiachtri mae'r jedig je froses. Rwt gleische, the accessioned object, rwt jevingche. Hys gyngofis sy'n na rwtyn sy'n y laisach y gycarst as ynys y chanan eis yn nwachas as y myrta chi'n bio. Mae'n ysgrifwystyn na bachelors na haisg, sy torst imedig yn y nochter Arthur Mitchell is mae'r chaich creatorach barafas y chrynioch ag as y chiad bache. Ac ra, skriven nochter nach buringer fachgol echter in y poist y fen sgas na tro cwmys conoltri achge, as ynys Gàidhlig ag nís no bierle ag y chlachad. Nach ro gw y fiolaris sio na host, gysnanig i'n morach yn art, ciet is dus yn yr eich bliana yn ei coniachig etter uliamog eis yn nochter dad farafes. Is tapalef.
Seiseanan dul-háiseach in drásta, chaín se got nach bachór go calsa bíra ach tíoch anam an nuine a dul-háiseach na náratin has in gwant Ró-ràdh go mór rí Clyne vo Meg in háiseach a Shabhal Mòr Ostaig.
Hallo Háitin, uasach má fechtin agus a bhí Clàradh. Na a hánig brahamach man a cho-labhairt seo, fa mis mi ha geféimen dói aien a leo seo ag an as dú a háisteach leis an trítal idircha ceart. Agus fa díirech básachag sa dúlach sréna an dúabhas do Foghlam etar a bhí a piprach agus son Scoil Gàidhlig an Donnéidean agus bhí brosnach a gúine Gàidhlig jónsachag agus bhí gennych imag bú óprach as na scoilse. Mae sin ba mi géirí coiad iad an dáin goharí idircha ceart agus cuid gan ile a bhunas do gan chuspad Gàidhlig as na scoilse etar barsteach agus na heictríon bethe. Agus amitáiseach le locus classicus de gan me na scoil ag rúí Ògmhios agus is cinteach go bhfuil thola duine dheolach iad an dáin seo. Agus cho green sa bhís Ògmhios a fia dárút cála a vehicle agus an tenor na hiamhíon agus an teachcarach agus sé an teachcarach go bhfuil Iesach a Clynne trofeirle a gyfrachig bas na Gàidhlig. Chud mi an da rúag na Foghlam na hanochig díirech mar iamhíon an doiseach agus an nósan an gorum chud mi mi son parallel dhéanamh leis mar a gútamid seo a bhínachig an na suiachig colonachig van Bun-stuth, internal colonization. So she an jella was a hiet da raun, she a hain smuiachig a henne van the húr, agus essen a gopad le lochkas, agus a lochkrug slishak for slishak van jug, agus essen a gennych kistchondaya, kan je le kolach gevil en gilia, a farikin gevil vroetsum bi, knie mun shalag sho, gus bhfuil fás mór, agus an os an hátáiseach as an tresarán is an san scoil ile cúteach. Chan ile ag scoil enamach ag runna seo, agus há seo go macálach rí rúti cinna chanas mí ríist mi éon dá míc a gennych scarag etar an Joseph a gách a huide ag an taí agus Foghlam a huide an a scoil ruic a bheith scrisel. So an et scarag am is mi gyda'n uns et scarag o sio. A hiet tocal as an teolach agus an darnarút as a scoil ile agus ha na súdadol na'n teacherin agus ha colach fel na cistach an baia na seo hat nas leomich, nas fancy, le breid beirle, líomh galtach, har o imeragad sin agus a neist han kitchen laia edol nan scholar mun gorstes. Ha seo takast ag aw man jarich var an bíamit an dúl rí fás agus go djere sé an ócrí ha giúlan bás na Gàidhlig. Agus an an éirin fo de valera sé an ócrí a bha supposed to be giúlan asirí a chanain tron a scolchin. Mi dúr go bríon a éirin agus léif mi seo na húst Yates agus essen bríon mi éon rutan sonrichte agus mar a havarste go sear a glúasit et a ruticin sonrichte agus ruticin cotsin. Ga Yates sé násin a rút cotsin, do rúri Ògmhios sé culta na Gàidhlig. Gainnes dócha ha sin bríon is immigrant kengeltri colonnachig agus G colonnachig agus a cur luach an gachrút failé. As fain si go as na neachcin an teachcin seo go na pepra neach a gra go rút ma a bhain go an ceir Clyne hanig bio tron na cultúin isgas J. Deichid bliana go raibh an túsannaigh agus go raibh eolas achcha a chumbead. Agus rút a léh mí anna pepper bheit gran duine a làrach iad gon do réon esan jesgra choricin agus go túsanach a bhanas an cúteoch. Stocha go raibh pepperin as a choláha seo mar rá me dhéin mar a chai Foghlam na Jónstramit cholannaí tra echtri na halpa. Ma has sin díirech a coiet is Foghlam an áte bhí coiet is a bhainrí A-màireach nó is Balchan Móra nó na Normanich. Seo lista as bunitich a gúte go bhí acin rachcin ia agus an imig ach Foghlam a hanig ronna sin agus as a dhé a bheit gamas is clán na nuachcaran cholanachag le culta na béarla agus amas an SSPCK creitin go rút maith a gabhain, chanan, cultar, chreitimh a bhí ag brechtan i fat agus get a cleachcha a Gàidhlig as an triseach agus léag jónsachag bheit hátean bharil sé namas me dhéirigach a bhí corasca na Gàidhlig. Agus rút as an sidias i fat an ach canna dír seachcat sa gá a réin sé sin of omission a bhain agus sin go maith cuachach gona bhí déanamh imeirigh a Gàidhlig agus réin sin cron is misneach gúine as a chuspad. Ba me dír smuineach agus eile dain agus mar a ha imeirigh acin sin iad scoil na béarla. Wel, ha mi son rwyd gyn ra mewn hectrin behe. Se tús gyma insineach do Eòghann gahari Foghlam Bun-stuth ha tor hectrin behe awn, ha mi tŵl gyfeil rwyd gyn mar eichet awn, agus ha mi is coig enymach ag sio. Súhagri imag rua Far a fel an púlan a bheit cho tonneisco a tuig sin gléimhe inleach cholannaí a ggópa tro Eòghann agus ag an bhain as dhéan acham de le leor. Chadúas me sé leis an Gàidhlig sa scoil riamh agus sé farach a go bhacad go de Gàidhlig de chanan tinnes do thuachas an na tréimhan éireteach borop engelach agus má bheit dúil acad slí a thurfacha le dhéanamh san t-Oll go be do bhuanach an diachanach a gutúr. Agus ha lenta liz a mínachag mar a rochag echtri a hegas gas na scolchin nach ro imerag iches go ro cultar ilan ia iches as a Gàidhlig agus go rút maha bhain go dúid ríran na halapa lávan uachar iad flachas na nilan agus go go sealtain cho fún, bús na bhain na gael go rata smniachag gon rachag leis Phrìomh Òraid agus mar sin iddi. Higa sin. Ha jalsit caimbo agus go gera Catrionic Neil gleifa is the Celtic cringe a chur an céil as iad san na bríanad an nára co cheangailtear is a Gàidhlig mar a bheith chlán balráh a chuns nach rá géirí go beúine a tuig sin gur a Gàidhlig a chiad chána nachcha. Chai a novel chai an echtri behe me Sullivan a scríag sias le Ceallaigh ach sé Ian MacLeòid va gén sin a Ceallaigh an ga agus va essen a cur as léna scolchin go rá grán ige is úteras an bí. Ha a leorach tormat caimbal hóbránach son brian me dhéin an inlach a ríis the apparatus is son chlawn a spianag as choisneachcha an enam Foghlam agus an cron uafasach a réine agus dó míc fer cho cúdrmach sa gas ána Foghlam nictah lín agus essen Idd a hárachag, well, siawle quotation ec a fawn, biar yn jwnsgog og is boiach 100,000 wydd na rwt rysyn canner Foghlam. Chaiesyn y ifysniach Cymalisgo, chaiesyn y ifysniach y gymor as y sgol le teacher Ginny Gun-Gallic. Agus ha cwlt safarach yma fa misyn y leagaf Sullivan y gra van realtas agus dynias yn bi van yn úteras orm y riaf yn osen mar enchirna a bagastorm agus fritmi le mullenjarst fatma fehe yn ein yn jalach. Mae fripastwydd rwyt cyn ni a cron gada hosh agus hami fa behe gymad dyddi fega gos yn dy ffos ec daichad. Agus ha Michaela Hain an y pwystri she Gaelic a hiad chan ega agus host essen I can't exaggerate the harm Gaelic ega each of the I can't exaggerate the harm the schools did to my generation. We were made to feel wrong in our very essence. Sva be a gragoro pianal I Gaelic a chud ie agus Ceallaigh dóla chud a tapéad a rís díreach a hiúns go bhfuil fasanta. Ha gostach a chos ríist. A chlawn as an ostal iddo bhfuil torm caimbel amach. Ha anúnne fata Ceallaigh ach an ginielach ach gahéin, Ceallaigh gluchcus an ginielach an achca. Ha rútan chos súrach hat machid saf Chassan cach a chéile, had a diag na gudan an achca, ha bwriach, uafas a dol, Chanil cohex achca, had caw yn culter, agus yn can an achca. Get sé Gaelic a fad brin ri chéile. Agus yn ache a fi an a coiosnioch farfel bai, agus farfel dúnia cooprychag, agus cadioch ri chéile, fan a teacher yn gariraf borop Irichach agus Sean Jellah a dhéibh sin uas a ríist gur a dúine smíthe grom ma de Clyne a bhíad an búlag. You're an excrescence, a gargoyle, a blot on the landscape. Of course you can't, you wouldn't get it, Catherine McLennan. You never could get it, and you never will get it. Yivy slash guitar. Dá míc ha bríanad coiachas a thula sían chu grandas a bhain Ceallaigh. Cho coiach sa bhain Clàradh etar Janice John ac am hín, Janet and John agus singing together or ein bretanach. Sé nún duine a hós rúti cin mam yn ysgol, sé Ceallaigh agus bhain teacher Egainn a clachcag na Gaelic agus tochas teach na béarla menydd then mar a bha sinne fas clachtir I úteras na scola. Na bha dó míca brian, bha gra na da bha Ginny, gwn byg bwyddanach le Gaelic a Ginas teach, agus hoste yn áte yn dorachatish agus yn eicel, bha solas agus sé scolile a bhacin. Díreach a sialtin as a vat, mar a ha child-centred education bwlach jifricha. Wel, Leri orm gan y dan ec y nys, sialaf coga a chosrich yn dan, John Agard agus Jack Mapanji a Gianna agus a Malawi, da gwych hwydd súsa fo fretin. Doch a gyfer sio torst clwgain na chawn díreach a gerin a fys yn ysdw ach gyfi ffain slia tro cholanachag gw cholanachag agus tras chaltarach. Prìomh sé nach ro ysgol a torst fod da chaltar na Clyne Charot a tost orm fachol echtri gan fialerish ach gahéin. Nid fa mi og cha bechtri ach caine. Nid hanig yn bali id na mrach yn y Ceallaigh nuas as na bwlsyn lyn Ialach yn ffrennig sy iar yn Europa yn on gwlnan y sgwlag yn Ialach gwlar. y ddíteach na mrá gon dugad gon chet yn lwyf a gynir ag ysgris, ac gon byg na mrahan ga iarags ga iwlyn gwydachi, cawnlach stala ga taf na'n bo. Is gon jachcag bych o deviation mal as. So ha ima grŵt colach ri sio, chwla mi fog Catherine Nich Gafi and a Pushtri Goro Realchin a factor agra no dogs, no reading newspapers, no collecting of rushes, driftwood, heather or seaweed. Get nach ro immerga sinnif renjach. Agus ha stoch gynanig sif round shop for prosnach yn gael de mari for. Ma hwg niech esher an y cliaf na mwrach an y mian mara heitch yn cwrdd ffoglas fo ian, le lygan jungfult gian yn yerin. Stoch o fy rwyd cyn chi nawn gyfeil wy ac yn ysdw as na mrahan agos mae'r fa daifach ca leis na ba a fa dolg yma doen i tysmwydych agydd costach na ba. Cha bech triach cainia fawnc na dwynia siol ag amach trach ehech sgiol ma eicin môr ar ma chrwach as môr ma'n cwrwm gan tŵahan ma haira sa feihw ciawn hawl na slia lawnc na dwynia siol ag amach sgipa diochreuach yn acrach pasture na Clàradh cha bech tri ach fahan. So chan effiws cainia a hawn yn tŵr sio ach fahan agos a rhys ta sio tocol idd imag enam a fys dwynia iolachydd, enam yn na Batichen, Duke of Kent, Bachelor of Leith, Cato, Pearl, Fortune, Polly, agos na haraf yn sgrisol jagwnia ag ac yn ilensgianach, agos mae'r chai araf yn llwai sias fo ficet mila sy tri, awn na ocio diog daicet sa hwn, go siachciat, as na siachcatan. Och kia te dollamach leis na Selkirk settlers, go Elena Fromsa, ha imig eisiamlar awn. Gen I mi orm. Cha bechtri ach cainia, la na Gàidhlig, chai lodja chapitja na sgwpa gan trai, na da ffos strúhan ra is chonain, gon tucar a gael ach dahi yn Ceallaigh, againn Gàidhlig ga feistr, agos cwrp na lín as a chlug. Wel, sio tul uiga hachad am ocid siacad sa siach, agos ba dwynia a leag sio mae'r gialtas ie mar a hachad an y Genesis, sio fedra na hwaicar yn mydierig a rein ffwrtichen sy'n ilyn sgianach, agos sio mar a chai imerag o horstydd as a Fairpert the Highlander. At Uig, there are two rivers about half a mile apart. These came down with dreadful rapidity. What looks so singular is that the two rivers should break through every barrier and aim at Captain Fraser's house. Again, it is strange that nearly all the dead buried in Uig during the last 500 years should be brought up, as it were, against the house, as if the dead in their graves arose to perform the work of vengeance which the living had not the spirit to execute. Ha mari vor amach sio cwtioch is isio chojeisial a fi dangiachag spirit yn dwynia gydera fa spirit eichkisha a fi torsim a grwt gwbwl. Is get a hogu atraf luachfar is làrach na mara uaisle, na meref a vas nuai gund a sgwp at sias dan genya fi. So cwtio fa pianugs nach fac ag eileflena, gund dug an corp yn ianish, gund a Gàidhlig an cwtch falla is. Cha bechtri ach cainia an la hes gasgi cafala brwch awen y glinia. O, hiach mi, dulig, hamis mi gynda. Cha bechtri ach cainia an la vast kirsti an bali le moon a fodge, a hwgi van a chwlist, gan a chaniaf an Brian an crach, gwn frwn ag ostag. So sio blar o hwanc iddo fraya, ha Alexander MacLeòid haes yn nes Eiceallaigh me iein a fi brian me iein mwyn a ffoch, had tirach a gra. Certain domestic utensils fully charged were suddenly brought on the scene and their contents were showered on the unlucky assistant who immediately disappeared, followed by a crowd of howling boys. chai achca is stata chud is an offigar agus thugat is na barlinin a loscug. Rút cyn fad i dolyddau, wprit y fad dolyddau mi yn bein lif at siobl yn diag. Agus yn osin, ha mi smydych ag fel yn afrawn mi ein gandal, stoch ag yn ffwyd cwtsi cyn eisiau go, ys Ceallaigh, Dr Nicol Martin, a fad cwr imag tormisg is yn tŵa. Agus mi eich hanig yn jacal bata yn gwrs le saidr yn awn. Cha bechtri ach grama rob dawn, William Ross, dynach y ban, mach cyfaistrydd. Gwtag yn lwch tsegish gyda immigrwt y ianaf mynd y bas sio. Gwtag at y fi brianydd ciasta socialta le rob dawn, mae'r nac chwyd waislach stats yn bydd, agus gyro gerlachag na waislach yn ciasta choma, rydyn ni sy'n bydd ira is son fornicatag. William Ross a hacho solianta man a gŵl, dynach y ban, a fa fecyn siosio eciolus, 3 ciet blian am fys ro na achco, agus co idd na chyll mac faes alles mach. Cha bechtriach caine, marifôr, a gíteach an ceolar, cha bechtriach caine na hor an heini, agus na famiog, get a fa caine haast fa huag sniach, fa scliat an jerafag, fa asgag scliat, agus a mwy, fa gw a glwych, ectrin am chaine. Sio sialtyn cho briotja sa ha ectri min gael, cho mag fel dwynia mae Dougie Ross agus sy'n gliesbic a gen videos ma hwa, dwlachas staffin, dwlachas yn tŵ sier ysdocha. Rwyd sy'n bi a ha cryniach agus na rwysyn iddo ro Iowan amach ro amlon, gyro yn stage bret yn y tos taich do Clàradh Chegish na scola, sgliat na jerafag am dŵg resyn na tests a fach lawn y gianaf agus ha no sgwrwm ciarst at ha rwtyn uafasach bristio mar holl mi. Ha Fronrig cha fôr amach iddyn nhw'n chwysbedd sio gydach 3 ran yn amach a oran ffata. Ach ha rwri, am y dwli chanel y gorym y Ceallaigh dat agus chanel na strehen fan y Foghlam na Ceallaigh dat ach gyda gachis mi sio fo'n etelien sgwrwm i roleis ga haipag amach. Mae'r rein mi leis y danil a le yn ystw. Ach siawl cho fergach sa ha gra hwgat ectri i'r ffolafwn. Ha brin mi ein ffichet bliana eter ysgol agus yn olau, agus ha gra nach dwydd ach yn ectri fiawt. Agus goro esyn, mae'r amatynydd jerig streng. Ha fecyn sio an y dwys giawl, chanila gra gro ffosnach a fi fain ciol na garamol chys ectri na Spanj. Sio poster song a hawn, ha Jennifer Cashmach agus chanila gamas iddyn nhw'n rwt. Ach hami syfa yn ystw, ach hami cwrdd dawr cofa ach yn ffeitsif cho Jeffritcha sa fa yn doi obrach ec yn ystw agus cho Jeffritcha sa ha yn chachrach ega. Ha Ògmhios a sialtyn idd proses farfil farfil na hwrach amora yn dochus gyn jeich yn dàrna cultúr, sgwp agas agus gyn jeich yn cultúr cultúr na beirla agus stitch breton agus prosnachas gal acha. Agus mysyn ha fergach agus ha lugskrifin hectrin behe fergach agus ha calamus rúri van rig fergach. Ach ha nestú a Jennifer ille agus betelman pepper ille a vi lentil ormlé seo, ha torst, ha ferracega, agus se ferraca ha torst cúca, agus raison d'être, agus sliadharst, ha fuasclagega sulimi, agus getafa mi gra gro ectri na machine. echtrin am chaine na huiachag cwcalach cwnnystach. Sy'n mi gyda sio y gw gyfeil esyn y brin yslia nater. Ha sio pwy'n gyfys silca stro y gianaf haigra lefi sgriag rwt sias gro safalag cultan yn gael. Rockin ys hatchin ysyn agos ha bicyn revisionism awn, ha dol na shaman, ha dol ha brin yslia nater agos siarwt siena hawn a cwtioch siarwt ŵra hawn. Ha fa brin ith na hainichen ra is conan a geiri yn ei nafech na'n dŵnia. Mae'r ieirich gas Clyne yn y tanbol cwlania yn ei meif agos alel na dda fata chen y fiosydd cwchwlyn. Fa brin yslia na bwydden bwyn illa ec nachil cwach. Ha brin yslia nater a ha ffofrwag mae'r hafys acyn aharachig sy'n gra amasher. So, ha genef, ha migra, ha gahawlach a cultan and gael is on an dda'n Jew. Reimagining culture. Hog sin gu is uterus ga. Agus, sy'n migra nhw'n sios y rwt a ha Foghlam y gianaf a nadja fi borop gan y scholar yn agos gan y holyn I chacin ha sin uafysa cainiol sy'n dda'n Jew. Agus ha sin brian fiach yn y fi traschalterach, ŵr grach, ingafalach, inclusive, agos hasio sylmi ma dyfach yn dwynio, ma dygalym, agos ma fianach idd anam yn ŵysgwy. Tan fawr.
Trini mi son... Oh, shit, okay, leave it. Best of my hula dunya, hani mi clachteri gol Òraid mar show tiliag, so gavu ma leishgal am big merakoch. Ma mi osta tali to be called it in Jew. I guess I'm tell you about a cholauer show, a cholauer scutamach show all it orst. As a paper show, ha mi adol a good question who've archer culture Gaeloch and a Foghlam to Gaelic. I guess a good becken question me in archer culture as a curriculum. So the question of has this Rome and Jew, a velas a good kuchum gilior as echtri, dulligus, I guess culture and Gael and a Foghlam to Gaelic. Wel een Jeremiah show a lakakuk service agus buai Foghlam to Gaelic. Giracha culture Gaelach a Ceallaigh as een tres decade de nika te lean, de unlean fichet. Agus de behorging kurt et biolus scholar en oka en landju. Agus miedig een behoor de Foghlam te in de Gaelic via kamas et fein anje Gaelach een eerste huk nog een jerif a groe huk. Als de scholar en hasas aan a Foghlam to Gaelic. Agus hanil mi door hier in de fekkersten hanil mi vier in de fekkersten devin in a horskene question tuintje agus political gashow gaan min dochus jespet osklug ze Òraid karan jo avistjach a half in jou en Jew steechug ieder woord is mildes persenta maar nicht tjekisch zijn olheid van kodes fiket bleerne agus goed maar varend agus haniel mi haniel stage et raunsahug structurichte a misk teacheren sculption scholaren agus leage. So met al horsehug le policy how we last a policy na Gaelic agus a Foghlam Gaelic. Agus hi sin ma versin soul is na Prìomh Scrivian policy ha reallug Foghlam to be in the Gaelic, a kisha J ha aun Foghlam to be in the Gaelic. Hi sin gere gligle vek me chulter a nochgug as the Scrivian show. So mar exemplar as a sturig rechgel e Foghlam Gaelic, ek bors na Gaelic. Scrivian uas a kutsemach, ha girach da immerug et culter as a paper. Ach a sin mi ein look jumsig I bunskola van, hanna mi in Foghlam to Gaelic heen. Immerug et echtsi, I guess immerug as identity as a virla noch magdulach as a virla. So have or that as a screaming show a hakoris lechet de agach. Nu doi ma veshin soul a chorlia et Foghlam Gaelic ek Foghlam Alpa screaming kutremach elle han je dat aune huf culture Gaelic a fein anje Gaelic mi culture Gaelic han je dat aune min culture I guess ha dulachus I guess echtri a noch girach an a cohelri Alpa fat shach as hanaun is a Gaelic heen I guess am dol vri mi ein culture Gaelach, I guess culture Alpenach, I guess an unnen en t-Àrd, I guess J and I verhetter a riist. Ma veshin stoel et na Prìomh Scrivian and so curriculum is on sar vahesh hud in a Gaelic, who've licherach, I guess a Gaelic, and yet that down who've dulachus echtri fein anja culture marshun. I guess as a course specification is on the Gaelic higher, Dut na gaar ni in cultural heritage is mar sin oors da ainsinioch gile gra knowledge of Gaelic literary heritage and or contemporary culture. So ni elder says contemporary culture a hús a réad na scríte sa scríbing sin. So I follow shoch for ik ken ieder sin ket is na Prìomh Scrivian a ha reallug Foghlam Gaelic, for Ceallaigh policy, for Ceallaigh lugofuse, nachel mor an aun each a húf culture. I guess Gàidhlig voor has scholaren and sasan a Foghlam to Gaelic a lentin an curriculum the scholaren and a Foghlam to Vian de Berla. Gleichrich being a stu in Czechisch and a Foghlam to Vian to Gaelic at a nette hengehug von a Verla. I guess it's gar show fat more and vlienichen ha becken drug at 80 nater Foghlam to be in the Gaelic. I guess like she a chael culture Gaelach. I guess gejerif who are skriva kadiche and Jew Dr Dolium Stewart vlienichen at ash guru a Gaelic Czechisch as a mere heap of words with little or no cultural or historical context to give it meaning or value. ha grún scrútaíon rásachí a tórs toríon green a ha current G Vishnachal a hoof Foghlam to bhí na Gàidhlig. Ha rásach go sealtain nach bí scolaran an Foghlam to bhí na Gàidhlig a cleachcha go chanan ach aniu tú van muoine scola nó an déagaibh an scol acal. Ha rásach go cúteach a sealtain nach a scolaran an a Foghlam to na Gàidhlig a tócail agus a cleachcha gras an Fañch Bihan-Gallic má bechór agus sílas an áiriticha a rein rásach go cúteamach idir sin. Agus ha tsecuan an muéin cumas an cánanach na scolaran an san arsinneach agus sin gaháirí a thuh labhairt agus scríbhig. Agus miérig socha fuinkas gutramiche ha ránsacha go sealtain nach a féin aine géalach láir ag go bhóchuid de scolaran Foghlam to Gaelic agus nach eile dúna na ferachín ceall persanta gan a chanan agus sin is a chanan agus sin anabad a cutramach a thuh an amarí teach agus glúasit a dúirst. Níos hanúrin rá le cíns gon big cútsim na balátere is cultúr géalach an a Foghlam to Gaelic féimil an a bhí déalathach leis na dúilteasan a dhéanamíich mí. Agus go dearmh ha míon dúil go canna cúit go dócha go déananig ag cron agus gon Ceallaigh cúte chláin uí as a granach. Mach gafar ríis gon bíoch an barach de cultúr Gaelic a thuirse sás, ha mí smaoineach go féime beachcathach ag grún dúilteasan a dhéirigh na cos céistin go ma buniteach. Sa hiad dul amach get a chluine sin an apperst cultúr Gaelach, Gaelic culture, trích is minic, is aniu a héit a scrúteach an a daoineach. Díadach a hana cultúr Gaelach as an testiacat in an fichit. Déana rutan as cútrimiche agus as sóníte a bechór cútsim a churara sa An-diugh. Gaháirí dé bechúr biolú scolar an óca an An-diugh. Céistin gamatínte go dearmh politicoch agus bhíige gléithúlaí a mis miniúach únta cosin a rion ora. As an dul seachat, for Ceallaigh lugal agus sé sean nech luga hunam, hí sin go bheith seorsa de bhíineach ag feramil an appers Gaelic culture an achna Gaelic da bhíle sa cóig. Ach chanin hí go le tuileagus foscailte agus go dearmh caran cearcaloch. Or an ach gra, Gaelic culture includes the traditions, ideas, customs, heritage and identity of those who speak or understand the Gaelic language. Bísibh móachal gymí mé clachig na happers cultúr Gaelach uair as a féper show is hanye cultúr Gaelic. Le Gaelach hanye mé ceolach Highlands no dat mar sin ach Gaelic, G-A-L-E-C. A gefuútig a bhí Bríní becan rúnium a deisiil a féper show go dócha go bhfuil differán etar cultúr Gaelach agus cultúr Gaelic. Gaelic a cleachgug mar bhuagar. Stoch an bí beach acuair sin. So, dé a hána cultúr Gaelach. Well, gása é ha cultúr Gaelach a rí haar tíim. As ha drúchéil se dí bethe na dúine a bhrín a Gaelic tu na línsin. Seonist lista gurrit je cúitsina cúspadan cultural a chóirsta gur hín éichcin an a Foghlam trona Gaelic. Ani mi dul trona lista ha seo ach Joseph blasat in na seorsach an drúta na half an jaugó le Gaelic cultúr Gaelach. Fé mi seo críneachug nach títe scolami is mar sin hanni mi tafan volíon cunne cáit is cimmer a bechór cúspadan mar seo a chóirstisteach ag na differ íran etar Bun-stuth, Clàradh as a Bun-stuth ach óparíon ó sin. Rút eile bhheilm chóra chus a pet peeve go íre an dégo bhí tseicas an óthaith a bblianaich an móra sé nach bí arscola na díanú líteachas na sinne na néidíochs tí fichit na mar sin. Íon mac a ggóin agus becan rúí mar chomis. As an rohíimplí ach cacúing. Níise, is cínseach bí cúitsú dolasas yn y jiffragóin leis na cwsbyd yn sio mar ha. Agus fa un sy'n eich gona fi rawns o'r ffeipr sio fi feicin na leori cyn cemanan yn cwrs o'r lwch iwsach i, cwrt leori cyn, ha farsinioch dy chwsbyd yn cultural yn torstio stiach gan y cwrs sy'n an y doi haringach na ma biachsa op yr unafolta. Hi sef gyfel, what have I done? Hi sef gyfel y fochyd sy'n y chwsbyd yn chorich mi cochaint ydych na lyn sy'n y galaf, siach syl yn lan diw agos na becyn dechyd yn a chai siachat. Ha cwnnwrs dawn, ha mi swini hwg y big cwtcha scholar yn y mesig, cwtcha na chwsbyd yn siol mar old unhappy far off things and battles long ago. Gwyn chael rydyn beha hain no syl ag anichasat. Sound van Dan the Solitary Reaper, Wordsworth, station, so we queen acquisition. A chainchioch gan jackson a chlachgug, an appershin, a station a chlachgug, le John A. Smith as escriig mi ein Phrìomh Òraid as the t-Ficaton, godishin, beach kuchin a scholarin as the t-Ficaton is my vast a Czechisk, the Gaelic as the lion shit. Agus gan checo ha is gyfel biarn fôr etter syl na gaeltoch is na nielan as a lan diw, agus madafai an a lyn na ginian agus na teihan dua. For Ceallaigh politicoch, wel, so we cwtchen nhw dyr a bi'r fi politics mar ha, hi sy'n gyfel mi hinch agus sgarfiach ffolysioch an y coersnoch yn elenoch a hyf lwch agus archen y Gaelic an y system yn Ògmhios. Ona chai Foghlam dachan yn o'ch horstisteach as na siachatan. Agus gyderf fasyn ffolysioch dolar asgyn neilin diag geltoch. Ha cwnnwrs dawn gan big cwtchafarantan as na helenan agus anasgir an ela yn cwrye. Na'n big, na'n ro Foghlam trefian na Gaelic na ba Gàidhlig, na ba etielicha, agus gyderf na ba scarigicha, no separatist. Se syndri ra na batja fallof fo afist na burla. Agus féin sin cynnig yr union laig sy'n a hic Foghlam te fi yn y Gaelic har na blianich yn sé nach Ro-ràdh a taring na mórchuid de Clyne as na helen yn sir. Kist hynse agus politicoch elle sé imatoch na coersnoch Foghlam tún Gaelic a ha sir as gahari ans na Balchan Móra. On a horsich and system and a neidje kefiket coic, ha Foghlam tún Gaelic fosculture de heulich and gunchail cholich rische geltoch no rische Gaelic. Nisha van policy show imachi for Ceallaigh in goaltoch agus kersta socialta. Agus kutchoch va gama female and a vi nerste hug agus a liata hug teich look politics as on lesser hug and system corlich and inatol a fig alpa. Ach, gyda'n ira a bachor féin anya Gaelic, a gyda'n ira a bachor féin anya Gaelach a vrosnahug no gyderf a chrúachug a mes clown gunfuntil as cholich gan a Gaelic no gan Gaeltoch. Kemmer an udinier an imatoch a chetachug agus an essentialchus no essentialism a chachnug nuair a has a erst tuigshe chushin culture Gaelach. Kemmer an isin, kemmer osin, cochorum etter an darud. Ha mi swini hul kutchoch gyfer ceis dawn as hook mi sio rea mi ein culture Gaelach agus culture alapanoch. No gyderf mun chrych etter an darud. Femer cynnig hul gro gehechtil cyw culture Gaelach et de jelly chizzy, agus de vo culture Gael na halapa, agus galtoch na halapa, a vek no voor. Charo culture Gaelach, girach na farsta culture alapanoch. Ach gyda'n ira gyfeisyn haast 4, agus kemmer a behoor delig hugdish en dully to show a hoof curriculum Foghlam tún Gaelic. Féimishin cynnig Cwtchoch gyfer raws a hwg y sialtyn gyn, gyfer cwtchafarantan a tug Foghlam tún Gaelic over yn nachel cocaintri cultur, no cyw nachel wy an a canon is cultur na Gaelic na hyferen as cwtchamicha gaif. Clyne yn aperst buanach gan yn dachanar the benefits of bilingualism, fatan is tichge na Clyne buanach gan canon is cultur na Gaelic. Nische, fémer góil rís nachbig model Foghlam na begéalaíche go taringach de chuide farantan is a fodal a hasna tafan an Diú. Ach fo Ceallaigh gléag agus lesahug na Gaelic an big an system na beláitsere fiús na roa na beluga. So, ha mi a cur grún chéistin béalú, agus hanni mi dul rag a bheith na frecharste acam, ach sula mi go bheith jaspet suspinseach a dhí a thuh átear cultúr Gaelach an a Foghlam tún Gaelic, agus na dóin a séir a son féin aine Gaelach a hócail a misc scolar an Foghlam Gaelic. Is cínseach go bí differ bheach gnáin, ach na bhar a hain, hanjellan chochorm cearst againn an drásta, agus hanjel Foghlam tún Gaelic et a jelíte go leor nó Gaelach go leor. Bechór dóin imimechaí a lorach gus barach elders Gaelach a horsteisteach in a curriculum a gachíre van Clàradh suasca árstíre and Sara árstíre. So, tapalih.